And your boy, Friday the Southern Band, Charges on the beat.
On the spoon to get your information. On the spoon to be part of our discussion. Spoon, spoon, spoon television. Spoon, spoon, spoon radio station.
Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Liberia. Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Monrovia. Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Africa. Just to spoon, you will know. If the children crying for starvation, just to spoon. You want to get a news update, my brother, to spoon. You want to know what is happening, Moravia, to spoon. Politicians want to make their decision, just to spoon. You want to know what's happening in the ministry, to spoon. Yeah, to spoon. Yeah, to spoon. You from Fonjema, Maryland, to spoon. Yeah, to spoon. If you eat kepan, graduate, my brother, to spoon. You got a spoon TV, you got a spoon radio, to spoon. Yeah, to spoon. You want to get a news update, to spoon. What? Yeah, Rastafari. Kilibamba, kilibamba, kilibamba. Kilibamba, kilibamba, kilibamba. What I want? Yes, what you about today?
Spoon TV. Spoon.
Yes, what you about today?
Spoon.
Beseku.
Spoon TV. Spoon.
Baraba.
Spoon.
Skidibidi dabado.
Spoon TV. Spoon Entertainment.
Kuwa. Beseku, kudileo. Kuwa, kudileo.
On the spoon to get
Yes,
your
what you want.
information.
Kuwa.
On the spoon to be
Yes,
part
what you
of our
want.
discussion.
Batileo.
Spoon television.
Yes, what you want. Batileo.
Spoon radio station.
Yeah.
Spoon television.
Yes, sir. A special one from the CEO, Stanton with the spoon. And your boy, Friday the Southern Band, Charges on the beat.
On the spoon to get your information. On the spoon to be part of our discussion. Spoon television. Spoon radio station.
Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Liberia. Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Monrovia. Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Africa. Just to spoon, you will know. If the children crying for starvation, just to spoon. You want to get a news update, my brother, to spoon. You want to know what is happening, Moravia, to spoon. Politicians want to make their decision, just to spoon. You want to know what's happening in the ministry, to spoon. Yeah, to spoon. Yeah, to spoon. kilibamba, 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 kilibamba. What I want? Yes, what you bati leo? Yes, what you bati leo? Beseku, beseku. Bada 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 bada. Skibidi bidi da bado.
Yes, a special one from the CEO, Stan Turner with the spoon, and your boy, Friday the Southern Band, Charges on the beat.
To the spoon to get your information. To the spoon to be part of our discussion. Spoon, spoon, spoon television. Spoon, spoon, spoon radio station.
Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Liberia. Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Monrovia. Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Africa. Just to spoon, you will know. If the children crying for starvation, just to spoon. You want to get a news update, brother, to spoon. You want to know what is happening in Morocco, to spoon. Politicians want to make their decision, just to spoon. You want to know what happening in the ministry, to spoon. Yeah, to spoon. Yeah, to spoon. You from Vonjema, Maryland, to spoon. Yeah, to spoon. If you eat Kepan, gradually, my brother, to spoon. You got a spoon TV, you got a spoon radio, to spoon. Yeah, to spoon. You wanna get a news update, to spoon. What? Yeah, Rastafari. Kilibamba, 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 kilibamba. What I want? Yes, what you bati leo? Yes, what you bati leo? Beseku, beseku. Bada 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 bada. Skibidi bidi da bado.
Yes, I, a special one from the CEO, stand coming with the spoon. And your boy, Friday the Southern Band. Charges on the beat.
To the spoon to get your information. To the spoon to be part of us.
Okay, what a great way to welcome you to another edition of the program, Spoon Talk. Of course, today is the second day of January. Of course, 2024 is right here, and the very second, yeah, the second edition of the program, Spoon Talk for 2024. I'd like to say welcome again to your favorite talk show. Of course, this is Liberia's most followed talk show on radio and online. This is the Spoon Talk. This is where you get authentic information about all of the major happenings across Liberia. And this is where Liberians from across the world get together to get all the updates. And I like to say, welcome to this platform where you get to interact with the newsmakers, where the newsmakers get to break the news every single time. Welcome again. We're here tonight. We're live on Spoon 107.5 FM. We're live on Fabric 101.1 FM. We're also live on Super 95.5 FM. If you're following via any of the partner radio stations that are relaying this program, we want to say welcome as well. Gibi FM in my Gibi County, that's Kakata, is relaying this program. Thanks for joining us from there. The folks in Bon County, Premier FM, thanks to the guys there for always relaying the program. Of course, Trust FM in Bombay County is one of the radio stations that relays the program, Spoon Talk. And we live on YouTube as well, Spoon Talk Live. That's the YouTube handle, of course. Thanks to all of you who are following us via the YouTube this evening. Welcome again. My name is Francis Okoye. I'm the host of this program. Yes, thanks to all of you for rejoining us on the program. We're back online now. Yes. So we're going to move straight to the lines and afford you the opportunity to talk about those different issues of concerns. Whatever that issue is on your mind that you want to talk about, you now have the opportunity to do just that. Let me activate the numbers that you can call. This is the WhatsApp number pinned right on the screen here, as you see. And you can also call 0555 101075. 0555 101075 is our local number that you can call and be live on the program tonight. All right. So we'll go straight into it. Take some calls as we await the CEO and the rest of the team to come on tonight on this edition of the program. Remember, this one is heavily loaded with lots of information for you, and you just can't afford to miss this edition of Spoon Talk. Get glued to your radio, put your gadgets on, share the program as you come on. Let's have a fascinating show here together. Again, welcome to the show. Let's go ahead and take our first call here. Hello, you're live.
Yeah, hello.
Yes, sir, you're live. Your name and where you call from.
Okay, thank you. This is Cabinet Governor, a member of the Unity Party, and I do serve as the Deputy Secretary for Research and Training.
Okay.
District number 14, Unity Party chapter.
Okay, Fofana, let's hear you. What's on your mind quickly?
Okay. Let me first like to take this time to extend my sincere compliment on behalf of you and the entire Spoon family.
Okay.
My second friend is if they have to do with the nomination and the process that is about honorable. Mr. William, you are the process on your wife as the president. You maintain the peace and to we successfully honor vote and to the election and to the effort of the security and we the surveillance alert. Okay. But where you are proceeding now, Mr. Weah, you are about to spoil your legacy. You have no time now and no to gain power over Mr. Weah. So please, all of you, why they do that against the constitutional power, but we beg you to take off.
Thank you.
Just we beg you to leave these places so that when the next government comes in, our government comes in, we can fill this gap in. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thanks a lot. Let's hold you there. It's a good thing that you've spoken to the president of Liberia, the outgoing president. But let's see if we can talk to another person here on the line. Oh, did we lose this person? Yes, that person went off. We go back to this number. Hello.
Good evening, Nelson. How are you?
Yes, sir. You're live. Your name and where you call from?
I'm Shaggy calling from Lower Margili. I just want to wish you guys a Merry Christmas and a prosperous New Year.
Okay.
The Spoon FM family.
Okay.
And I will just let this time as well start listening to a radio. There is some nominees and then calling that name. We pray to know them in personal who they are, and we don't want to bring someone on board for the country.
You mean nominees for the incoming administration?
Yes, the administration, because we are
hearing names?
So we want to know them to know details.
Okay.
So we won't just come and criticize anybody. So that's why we follow, and then we pray that someone that will come on Spoon Talk will know their integrity, who they are, and then so we can move out.
Thank you. Know, don't rush that thing. We in January already, my man. We already in the thing will come.
Yeah.
But I appreciate your concern. I appreciate your concern. Thanks a whole lot for participating.
Thank you so much, Nathan. I already admire you.
Okay, thanks a lot, sir. I appreciate you for following. Let's take this person. Hello. Oh, we lost that one. Don't rush. That listing, it will come. You know, you will see all the incoming ministers and directors and all those people. You will see them. Let's take this person. Hello.
Good evening. How are you?
Yes, sir. You're live. Your name and where you call from?
Yes, Nelson. This is Jim Kekula. I call from GSA.
Mr. Kekula, let's hear you. What's on your mind?
Look, I listened to the latest comment, the two from the Supreme Court part into the LRA, not Mr. Weah.
Yeah, Samara Wolokoli and Councillor Musa Dean.
Yes, and Samura, right?
Yeah.
My own neighbor from Zero. Look, Mr. Weah want to try the United Party to that strength. Yeah, he politically he's trying to show him muscle.
Okay.
Yes, he thinks he can undermine the government from the revenue side. And when there's an imminent court issue, you can also use the court, the Supreme Court.
But listen, why do you see this as an undermine when the president still has a couple of weeks, let's say about 3 weeks or less than 3 weeks to steer the affairs of the country? Do you really think it's possible? Do you see the possibility of the president undermining whatever you're thinking of or the progress of the country in just the space of 3 weeks? Do you see the any possibility of that?
So, Nelson, or if somebody dies, when somebody dies, right, it takes 90 days.
Yeah.
90 days, equivalent to 3 months to replace the person in any one of his position that is well suiting position. It takes 90 days before you can replace the person. With just the LRA boss was just brought into the country and there is no arrangement. So we are appointing somebody in. It's complete on the mind. It's just to stretch.
Yes, sir. But let's be clear on this. It's a good thing that you're coming in with that, and I sincerely respect your view on that whole issue about appointment. But the 90-day, the constitutional 90 days you're talking about, is not for directors, ministers, and all of those people. It is for individuals who are serving in elected positions. All right?
No, Nelson. Even the civil service. When any civil servant who's died on the job, right? It takes 90 days before you can replace the person on the job.
Yeah, but
that's law. That's the legal law.
Okay, thank you, sir.
That's the legal law. You can do that. And Mr. I just want to show political strength. That's what he's trying to do.
Thank you very much. But honestly, I haven't come across that. That whole 90 days thing you're talking about. What I know is that in the case of the legislators, when there's a vacancy, then of course constitutionally they have a time frame, to go about that entire process. And I know that the president has some constitutional authority to go about with the issue of appointments, nominations, and all of that. Mr. Dwalu is now on. I see he's a bit busy in the background, so we're going to take more calls and then later turn over to him. Let's take this person. Hello, you're live.
Yeah, hello.
Yes, sir. Your name and where you're calling from?
Okay, I'm James Wilson Freeman, calling from Police Academy.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay, yeah, the caller who just dropped the line was right. According to the civil service law, whether elect or appointed,
do you know the specific portion of
that is the 90 days before anyone can be appointed. So only act in a position. So I think it's wrong on the part of the president. He's even contradicting himself on what he said on the executive mansion. There should be no employment, no promotion, what have you. So at this time, you'll be appointing both the strategic in government. So I think the House or Senate need to do the honorable thing to reject all of the 2 nominations.
Thank you. Now, just before we go ahead and take another caller, it's a good thing that you guys are bringing this up to you. Can you? Oh no, he left the line. He left the line. Let's see if we can get another person coming in from here. Hello, you're live. Your name and where you call from?
Hello?
Yes, sir. Your name and where you calling from?
Okay, this is Johnson from the O Road.
Let's hear you, sir.
I said this is Johnson from the O Road.
You are live, sir. Let's hear you.
Yes, so my issue has to do with this power theft.
Okay.
Illegal connection of current. And at the end of the day, which will end up leading to power outbreak and destroy property. And the same LDC guys that do come in field are the same individual that can come and do the illegal connection. So I will recommend to those responsible to ensure that the right thing is done to avoid or setback of the nation, because if any house happens to get burned, at the end of the day, it's a great loss. And those individuals that may cause those issue will be scar-free. Okay. So we need to stop it now at the end of the day, because some will end up lying that they are recharging, at the end of the day, they are not recharging.
Thank you.
And if you look behind it, they are not recharging. So
Thank you.
That's my burning issue. Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you very much. We take another person here. Hello, you're live. Your name and where you call from?
Yeah, Nancy, how you doing? This is Bella Rahim. I call you from Minnesota, man.
Mr. Rahim, go ahead. You're live.
Yeah, Nancy, I always call on this show to do my recommendation. I always ask the president-elect. Hello?
Yes, sir. You're live. Let's hear you. Go ahead.
Yeah, my name is Bella Rahim. I'm calling from Minnesota.
Yeah, go ahead. You've been on since you started talking. Hello, are you there, sir?
Hello?
Yes, sir. You are on. You are live.
Yeah, what I'm saying, I have two recommendations for the incoming president.
Okay.
I always mention those two from your show there, Mr. Duadu and sis, how they call the only female on the show there,
Dr.
man.
Richardson? Dr. Richardson.
Dr. Richardson. I want for those two people to be considered in the government because from their way of explaining, I believe they can make impact in Liberia. So that's my recommendation. I always do when I call on this show.
Thank
so
you.
I hope the president will take it.
Thank you, sir.
Consideration.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah.
Mr. Dualu, your campaign style. Hello. Hello, you're alive. Go ahead.
Yeah, good morning. Good evening, I mean.
Yeah, go ahead, please. You're alive.
Yeah, so my issue is tonight is about the LEC, Liberia LEC. Like LEC, I just noticed something that LEC is taking $1.75 from each customer every month. From the not from your recharge, you pay LEC bill and they take $1.75. So for instance, that you pull current. The last time I pulled $50 current on my meter, and then right after the $50, and the $50 took me like 4 months. So after the $50, and when I went to recharge, I bought $25 credit. So when I bought $25 credit, LEC took all. So when I went to the office, they told me that the LEC is taking bill of $2. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir. You're live.
Yeah. Say LEC told me that every month I have to pay the bill of $1.75. So I really want to know from the LEC why the $1.50, because I already paying current bill. So why the $1.75 for?
Okay, so that's a very great concern. Unfortunately, we don't have a representative of the Liberia Electricity Corporation here. But from my own experience, as someone who uses the LEC meter, I understand that there's some regular deduction that is carried on in the name of taxes, all right, for your first recharge per month. So it doesn't matter how many times you're going to recharge in a month, but the first recharge you do, there's a service charge that is there. All right. So every single citizen gets to pay that particular.
Yeah, there's many people never notice this. Even me here, I never noticed this. But the last time when I recharged this $50, I went to LEC. That's how I was told that LEC take $1.75 every month.
Yeah.
From the bills you pay.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Not from the first recharge.
Yeah.
And they started doing this weird government.
Okay, so I think your issues can be adequately addressed by the authorities of the LEC, you know. But what I know, and like you're saying, I also did a recharge, you know, and gradually I got to notice that, and then when I engaged them, that was it. That was the same response that I got, that there's a regular service charge, you know, taxes that is done for your monthly, you know, recharge you do. There's a regular stuff there, service charge also. Yeah. So thank you. Maybe you can, sir. Hello, sir. Yeah, I don't want this to be a dialogue. I want us to have others coming on the line, because unfortunately, I must be frank with you, unfortunately, we can't address your issues here on the radio adequately. So let's take others. I appreciate your participation. And yeah. Hello?
Okay, thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you very much.
Yeah, two more calls, yeah.
Okay, so let's take this person. Hello, you're live. Your name and where you call from. Hello.
Yeah, how you doing, sir?
Yes, sir. Please go ahead. You're live on the radio.
Yeah, I'm Moses Escoli. I'm calling from New Jersey.
Go ahead, sir.
I just want you to tell Mr. Dwalo he need to go take over the police station in Liberia.
Why you want Mr. Dwalo? Why you want him to take over?
Don't put me in trouble. I want you to be the police director to strengthen our police because I know some of those people that there, they not know what they're doing, my man. Those people, Mr. Dwalo need to go Monrovia to take over the police station. He can be police director.
So you want Mr. Dwalo? You want Mr. Dwalo to take? You want Mr. Dwalo to take Konopache Sulu job from here?
Man, they put me in jail while you're over there. They put our people left and right. One person can be arrested. I think when Dwalo go there, it will be a blessing to Liberia.
Thank you, sir.
Dwalo will go there. Mr. Dwalo will beg you, please, we'll hold you feet. Please go to Liberia and be police director for us.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Dwalo already answered your question. He said he's not going there. So let me take the last one.
But my man, let me come in very quick.
Hello.
Thank you.
Yeah, you are live.
My own brother.
Yes, sir. You are the final caller. Let's hear you, sir.
Honorable Nelson, look, I admire your program, really, to be honest. I admire your job, and I really appreciate what you are doing, my brother.
Okay, thank you.
Hello to Brother Dwalo. This is Mo Kiatamba, calling from United Kingdom. I have two questions for you, Nelson. I want you to be very honest with me. Don't be shy, please. Okay?
Okay.
Please be honest and tell me the truth. Okay?
Okay.
And this first question is a little bit.
Hello, sir. I hope your question is not personal because I don't feel comfortable discussing my personal issues on the radio. No, I'm being frank with you, sir.
Okay. No. I want to ask you something because this promise was made on this radio station.
Okay.
And I wanted to come back to you to ask you whether the promise was fulfilled.
Okay, which promise?
If you don't mind me. Okay. During the election, because of your high job, you were promised by the CEO that you were going to send you on holiday. Okay?
Oh, okay.
So I want to know.
Okay.
I want to know whether this promise was fulfilled.
Okay, let me say this. My colleague and I given what the task is here, we decided to push our vacation to after inauguration. All right. So there have been that concern. That's something that I'm talking about my colleague Diamond and I decided to do. We thought to push it after inauguration so we can have some time. At least after that time, the workload will go down small and then we'll be able to go for that.
So, look, Nelson, we are living abroad. Listen, my brother, don't be shy when we ask you this question. We appreciate the job you guys are doing.
And I sincerely appreciate that.
Some of us can call you, in private and just say, okay, my brother, go and pick up this amount for yourself. We are willing to do that, okay?
Okay.
All right?
Thank you very much for the concern, sir. I really appreciate it.
No worry. You get my telephone number and I promise you I'm going to call you anytime.
Okay. Thank you, sir. Thank you.
And my second question is this. I am appealing to the incoming government. The telephone sector in Liberia, these guys, they are exploiting our people, the telephone sector. Those telephone companies in Liberia, they are exploiting our people. They are destroying our people. They are taking money from our people, charging our people, senseless way. So I want the incoming government to please restructure all the telephone companies in Liberia. Our people, they are suffering. The money they are charging for each meeting is huge.
Thank you.
It's very bad. When I went April,
when I went April in Liberia, I felt sorry for the ordinary people.
Yeah.
People can't. Yeah?
Yeah, just conclude on that, sir, because we have to go.
No, that's what I'm saying. And I want Brother Jolu to please reinforce this message. Our people back there, they are suffering. They are exploiting our people. That's what I want to say. Thank you very much, Nelson.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, man, Nelson. I mean, the people all you to do.
Yeah.
That's everything. I mean, welcome back to the show. Look, y'all want to grip police, the director, I get my boy Gola King. He can take care of that. I'm not a police officer. I know nothing about policing. But let me recognize some of my people before I actually go into a little, call it expose, call it diatribe, whatever you want to call it. But let me recognize, I see Starzy Scott. How you doing, Starzy? How you doing? I see my bro Milton Gurley. I see Christine Sherleaf. Gaswa Manawon. How you doing? Pearl Campbell. Baker Renzi. Hey, how you doing? Mawala Jala. How you doing, Mama? Siata Tembe. Siata Freeman, I'm sorry. Abu Dukle. How you doing? John K. Wright. How are you? Over here, I see Ojuku, Nanyin Tangi. How you doing? Siata E. Herman. How are you? Over here, I see Ambassador Thomas Zion Jr. I see my brother Mohammed Koyate. How are you? I see Stephen Kelly. I see Patrick Winkwe. How are you doing? I see Beatrice Washington. I see Emmanuel GZ. Over here, I see my brother Ahmed Freeman, way out there in Texas. What's popping, brother? I see Ibrahim Amar Dumar. I see Vanessa's M. Kruma. How are you? Parker Dennis. Mohammed Kamara. How are you? Miles Menigo. Montego, I'm sorry. How are you? Kamara Nathan Miyama Madison. How are you, Ambrose Taylor? What's going on, man? Ambrose out there in Lowell, Massachusetts. I see Randy Sando. I see Elizabeth Kumar Zua. How are you, Mohammed Sanen? I see King Will, Timas Blambo. I see Ezekiel Kamara Sr. I see Darius Julia Mehan Sr. My sister Lopuziga, Telly Davis, Doris Stephen. How are you, Azizia? Sam Wady Sie. I see Annie B. Johnson, Mr. Johnson. How are you? Amra Conan Jr. I see Alisa Bas Musa, follow Semalu, Baker Renzi. Over here, I see Obadiah Mayanen. I see Austin J. Jacor, Sam Zoe out there in Cox City. Mr. Zoe, I'm always in Cox City when I'm in Liberia. Definitely, we can hook up sometime, have a conversation. I see Rachel Pay. I see Alexander Semi. I see Joyce Lorraine Clinton Herman. How are you? Victoria Mayala. I see Alu S. Conan. I see James Avisha Sr. Andrew Boy Pa. I see Bendu Strother. I see George Stephen Mwambe. I see Derek Kwakwi. Eric Davis. I see Godfrey Lamin Kaldi. Abu B. Kamakai. I see Albert Brooklyn. Josephine Patterson, Matthew Green. I see Bendu Strother. I think I say a name. I see Pierceling Maybe Lamin. I see Azimam Bridget. I see Dede. I say a name already. Look, man, everybody, welcome to the show. Let's talk Liberia. Mr. Byron Taylor Jr. How you doing, Mr. Taylor? Stephen Jacket. Paul Conetan, I believe that's what's it. Prosper Sharon. I see Doris Bengu, Alexander. Look, today's topic is going to be, we are all vulnerable. And I was yesterday, I was reading this article out of Liberia, written by this guy. It's actually on the Liberian perspective. And this thing ran to my mind, how vulnerable we are as a society. And you know, sometimes it's very easy for somebody who's in government, if he or she has some money because they're literally looting the government coffers, and you come to government, you make $3,000 a month, all of a sudden you can build a massive mansion in 2 months, and you think you are not part of this vulnerable group in Liberia. But I want to say this to you today: we are all vulnerable, and I will explain before the guys come on what I mean by that we are all vulnerable. When you have a society where you have young girls and young boys going to school, they can get in 9th grade, and they literally cannot read on a 4th grade level. We are all vulnerable. If you have a society where I'm a married man, and you have the proliferation of prostitution across the country that causes the dissolution of that marriage because my wife, quote unquote, will have nothing over my head. We are all vulnerable. We are all vulnerable when you see the zogorization of our country in a way that we see it today. You say, oh, it's not my children. My children are well cultured. They are well mannered. They're coming from a good home. Guess what? We are all vulnerable because your children do not live in isolation of that society. We are all vulnerable from the hospitals. You go into Zozo, you go into Cox City, or you go into Vonjima, wherever you go, you see these clinics. Anybody can set up a clinic and give you medication. And some of these medication, call them placebos. The Indians just dump into the country. They got to make their market. And we have no arms to test what is coming to our country. We are all vulnerable. We are vulnerable. We are vulnerable with the importation of goods coming to the country that are not checked, especially the food product. We are all vulnerable. Yes, you may think you go into some supermarket to shop and you think that's a different kind of goods. It may appear clean, but there is no tracking mechanism. The point I'm trying to drive home here is if Dr. Francine is responsible to ensure regulations are followed, Dr. Francine has to do her job. Because she may think by not doing her job makes her some money that excludes her from that vulnerability, there is something wrong with Dr. Francine. Because Dr. Francine has to understand the bigger picture. The position, the reason for the appointment of Mr. Dwalu or Dr. Francine is to make sure certain standards are set in our society. And if I do not uphold those standards, I am vulnerable. My kids are vulnerable. Everybody is vulnerable. Look, I take my kids to Liberia all the time, and they're not. They whatever affects that society will affect them as well if I am in charge to do certain things. If I'm running the central bank or the finance ministry or the transport agency, I'm not doing my job, we are all vulnerable. I want us to think about vulnerability on a bigger scope, especially when it comes to national governance. We think about it on a bigger scale because it's far beyond us. For society to work, we have to decrease the vulnerability in our society by the actions we take in the public sector and in the private sector as well. But I don't put so much onus on the private sector. I know they do have a responsibility, but I put the greatest onus on the public sector because you have to do your job. If the Commerce Ministry is not doing this job, the economy is not going to grow. Men are not going to have job and dignity. Families are not going to stay together. One of the crucial role of our administrator, especially a public administrator, is to decrease the vulnerability in our society. We are so vulnerable from the rule of law to the legislature. I was listening today, and the noise, there is no decorum in its place. It's just, and we're not saying this out of criticism because we want to grow as a society. Let's lessen the vulnerability. Dr. Francine, welcome to the show, and I'll get over to you.
Hey, Dwalu, it's good to see everybody. We made it to the second day of the year. So I want to say Happy New Year to everyone, and it's blessed to see everybody today. Your topic is on point, Dwalu, the vulnerability of Liberians. No matter where you are, sometimes we think because we're on the side of the Atlantic Ocean that we are not vulnerable, but we are because we have family members who are in Liberia who are facing the consequences of, some of the ills in the society in Liberia. I even want to go push it down to the nitty gritty. Every time that our child goes to a school where we think, oh, my child is better than the other people's children, or maybe my child is well mannered, like you said, or trained, that child is going to school, and children are very impressionable. They're picking up behaviors. If the time the teacher has to spend on chastising another person's child, that could be paying attention to your child to learn. So that's think about that vulnerability. Like when our lawmakers don't pass law for us to have good roads or put money in the budget to build our road, we have to travel and go to Liberia. You know how many times I get so afraid traveling from RIA to town? My chest is actually in my mouth when I'm driving on that road, especially at night. That's vulnerability for me, and also vulnerability for the people who are on the road, the people who have homes, the people who's going to have to see a bad accident. They're vulnerable because it sticks with them. It stays in their head. And you're right. I listened to part of what was going on in the legislature today. So I swear, the vulnerability thing that you're talking about, I serious thing. It goes deep down to education, critical thinking, being an eye servant,
Yeah,
So, but
know,
we will talk about that more. Yes, go ahead.
I mean, I was listening to Leo today. Leo was trying to make a point. Leo, I forget his last name, and
Yes.
he was speaking about Dr. Francine occupies a position in government, and Dr. Francine knows she's not producing, but she will sit down there and the 4 year, 5 year finish. Then towards the end, you say, "Oh, me, I just had to stay there for my job in it." You are making the country vulnerable. Look, our leaders must be respected. But let me tell you something. You cannot subordinate the interest of your people because you want to kowtow to a leader. The leader is one person. Liberia remains here for all of eternity. So the thing is, and the thing what's so baffling, Dr. Francine, there are measures to mitigate this vulnerability, but yet and still we don't want to employ them. So look at Robert Field Highway. Look, one time there's a hill. I think they call it Tower Hill. If you go into Robert Field, right? So I'm climbing the hill. My kids, everybody in the car. I'm taking back to the airport, and you with me, they can take forever to get dressed. My wife finally made it, so I try to make up for the time, right? So the only person would drive market, and we going up the hill. There's a pipe in the engine that from pumps, I guess, something like hot air into the engine, and this whole thing just went poof as I'm climbing the hill, right? So luckily, the momentum were able to carry me the rest of the way because I was going so fast. And I get to the top of the hill and I pull over the car. Immediately, mind you, at this time it's dark because the plane must have been around 10 at night. So we are getting the highways around 8 o'clock. And all the guys around the Tower Hill, they just kind of surrounded the car. Initially, luckily I'm in Liberia. My wife think they just coming to help. But these guys are trying to steal stuff from you.
They're trying to do something.
It's not because they want to steal, but they themselves, they want something. And that creates additional vulnerability, not just for themselves, but everybody else around them. The vulnerability stretches into, I think I told the story about Calvary Hospital. I ate a fish, GSA Junction. I got so sick. They took me to Calvary Hospital, gave me an injection. My leg got swollen. I was forced to fly back to Boston.
Yeah.
I'm trying to be, why if I didn't have access to Boston? I could have got my leg chopped off. It goes back to the school's not selling grace. Look, let me tell you the dangers about selling grace and the vulnerability involved with selling grace, especially for certain professions, for all professions, by the way, but especially for a crucial position such as healthcare. When you open some kind of nyama school, and anybody can do it in Liberia, and this bothers me to my core. In that school, in Liberia, you can wear good uniform because they can sell the uniform to the students. And you see these young women in their beautiful nursing uniform, and they go to these quasi nursing schools. And the education ministry, this is your job. Your job is regulatory oversight. No, the school does not meet the standards set by the education ministry. We are going to close it down. But Nelson Colette, as an inspector for FEMA, we tell you, the vulnerability stretches to Nelson's children, whether he knows this or not. So we all got to do our part for Liberia to be whole.
Yeah.
Reduce that vulnerability. It's part of the mitigation process. Dr. Francine.
Absolutely. Yeah, and Dolly is so right. Never did I imagine I would have lost 2 nieces in Liberia this past year, because here they are. I mean, they have family in the United States. We can send whatever they want. They're not even wanting for anything, but your health, their health. The first time, my 8-year-old niece, they took her to Redemption Hospital. And she died. They said malaria or whatever. The second time, my 20-something-year-old niece that has they got a significant amount of relatives here. There's no want, anything they need, we can provide it. But, we can provide health. We can provide life. So, it affects every single one of us. Stephen, how you doing today?
Yeah, Mr. Johnson, we're talking about vulnerability in Liberia, how it's not restricted to whether you get money or not get money. I understand if you have a little bit of means, you can decrease the amount of vulnerability you have. But when it comes to the broader society, we are all vulnerable if we don't get Liberia to where it should be. I know you've heard that saying, we are as good as the least of us. When will we begin understanding that, Stevie?
Thank you, guys, and it's good to be back here today. I think the level of vulnerability, why it might differ from one constituent of the population to the next. there are common denominators in terms of vulnerability, and one of the key area, for example, is the issue of healthcare. And no matter how well off you are, you're exposed to the danger of a poor healthcare, because and you see that even though those who have resources will prefer traveling out of the country to seek medical attention. But the danger there is the ability for your domestic healthcare system to stabilize you. Most of the time, you can make that rush if you still have consciousness. But let's say, God forbid, you're in a critical stage. How do you even be stabilized in that situation? We've seen cases where people who are on a critical condition, die in the process, even while they had the opportunity to be flown out of the country, but because the health facility locally could not stabilize it. And so when you look at it through the and then also the issue of education, while we talk about healthcare, we also talk about education. The quality of education in Liberia is primarily determined on the basis of your pocket, and the extent to which you're willing to spend, could expose you to several vulnerabilities, including how many kids you have in school. When we were growing up in Liberia, the public schools were as powerful, good as public schools, as private schools. Public schools will compete at different levels
and win.
We saw Tottenham High, for example. Yeah. Tottenham High was very competitive. Tottenham High was in the Ivy League of high school in Liberia. Sure. They when you go in the rural area, the multilaterals were all high-ranking schools. The public schools across the country, Boswan, Detour, GW Gibson, Monrovia Demonstration, for example. Monrovia Demonstration was one of the most competitive elementary public schools in Liberia, and when you look at it now, you see the great extent to how our population, is vulnerable in terms of education, in terms of health, and then in terms of employment and employability. The majority of our people cannot even have decent paying jobs.
Yeah, it's an issue. Dr. Francine, I have this question because I believe you will be the best person to answer it. Over the last 40 years, Stephen and I grew up in the house of my mom and my father. This was normal across the country. And if that was not even normal, if you don't have the power man there, the entire community was literally your parent. There is this trend in Liberia over the last 40 years, mostly due to the war, but it's been exacerbated because of what's happening in the country, where mothers, there's a lot of women will have child by 3-4 different men, but now they're not raising those children as a unit. Now we will have an older population that may or may not have children, because most of the girls in Liberia are having just one child now. Whether they would have one child because of the hardship, and they will not have another child. So our older population, now that goes back to the vulnerability of the society. So in the next 20, 30 years, you will have an older population with no help. That means we'll get a lot of homelessness in the country, possibly because these old folks got nobody to take care of them, because we don't have the social social blanket like they will have in the Western country. What would that do to our society? Or are we not looking that far yet?
I think we have a youthful population now, so we are at a good place. However, when we look at places like China that has a one-child policy, or other countries where the elder population, like even the United States, the United States has a major elderly population, especially in 3 major states, Pennsylvania, Florida, and there's another one that's escaping my Arizona. And so there's a shortage of people to take care of those elderly populations, such as nurses, and the retiring of that population as well. I can recount that there was a time where they were doing a lot of nurses coming to the field from outside of the country, because we didn't have enough nurses to service the elderly population. And also at a university level where I am, they were looking for a lot of the nursing professionals were retiring because they were at that age, so they need a replacement. So it does affect the population in terms of who's going to take care of the population, who's going to teach the population, who's going to be in the medical field, because as you get older, you get vulnerable to major illnesses. Who's going to take care of you if the doctors don't have to retire? So yeah, it creates a question, but I think we okay yet. I think we okay yet. Yeah. But I understand exactly what you're saying. It's always good to be thinking ahead. It's always good. It's always good to be planning ahead. There's always has to be a plan B to these different population studies to make sure that in the future, what will our country look like 10 years from now? I mean, they have demographic studies all the time. We don't do that, but they do that in other parts of the world.
But Stephen, and that's the first thing I agree. I mean, we're not there yet, luckily, like you said, we're not there. But Stephen, we're not there yet. But our replacement, it may not be as good because, look, our children are supposed to be better than us, right, Stephen? This is what you expect, right? So I'm supposed to be smarter than my father. My children are supposed to be smarter than me. But it seems we are in reverse. I want you to speak to that vulnerability in terms of we are not being replaced in a smarter way.
So thank you, Dralu, and that's a very good question. A couple of things happen, and it's important for us to unpack them. The way the population move in terms of looking at it from a broader perspective should be one replacing the next. That is the progressive, a progressive population where the generation beyond next to the next generation is replacing effectively, or even beyond replacing the next. And in the case of our country, that transition was disrupted because of the war. Mm-hmm. And so the majority of that generation that should have replaced the generation that was aging by the 1980s, moving to the early 90s, most of them left the country, and some of them, died in the course of the struggle. That generation, most of whom find themselves in the diaspora. If you look at the population of Liberians who migrated in the most to the diaspora, should have been that generation that should have led the 90s and the 2000s. But many of them find themselves in the diaspora. So if you look across the diaspora, you see, especially the family here are mostly people in their 40s, 50s, 60s, early 60s are the one who are mostly family heads. Yeah, it tells you that brain drain that happened in Liberia as a result of the war created a gap. Now, the war came. That gap being created should have been filling if they had not been created by that external population. It did not happen. Many of them stay here. And so the remaining of the population in the country, many of who saw firsthand the war, started having children and started raising children. And so you see the ripple effect of the war. Many times people think that the war will only end with us who saw the war. No, we're raising children as people who are traumatized as a result of the war. So the way that kind of 1980, 70, 60 training our parents gave us, it's not the same. The restriction, the level of involvement in the kids' life, all these things erased as a result of the war. Parents, kids are now breadwinner for their family. You start seeing all of these things happening. And so and now if you move to the current population, while it is true we have a young population, but in terms of expertise, in terms of skill set, in terms of knowledge base, majority of our young, especially young men, you find them in the service industry, most of them riding motorbike, keke. Those are not specialized skill that can be transferable in terms of creating a prosperous nation. So by the time they reach 40, 45, your back can no longer withstand riding long hours on motorbike. Then what next is the ultimate question. And so that's why when you formulate a policy for young people in Liberia, it has to be a multi-pronged policy that will not just focus on the young people, which our elementary, the young kids, but it has to address the many of our young people who are also approaching 40 years old or even slightly above and coming down. It has to address all of those constituents of the population. Or else what you'll be doing is that you you focus on the young people, and then you have a whole generation ahead of you that are supposed to take over from us, that will be ill prepared, and that Liberia. And so there are breaks. My worry is not the Liberia today. My worry is the Liberia 10, 15, 20, 25 years from today. You know, what kind of population we will be inheriting, especially in this global stage where we're moving into STEM, you know, science, technology, engineering, and mathematics. How prepared is our population? Is going to be a serious mess in the next 10, 15, 20, 25 years.
Thank you, Stephen. It's a great segue into what I wanted to ask now. Welcome, Stanton. Before we give it to you, Dr. Francine, Monrovia's population, and this is true for most of the urban areas across the country, but I want to focus on Monrovia as an example here. The most recent NS census put the Monrovia in this environment around maybe 1.2, Stephen, I could be around 1.3 million people total, right? Now, there is a projection that over the next 15 to 20 years, we could possibly hit 2 million people. And I'm going back to the vulnerability issue again. Now, if we, let's say in the next 15 years, and we hit 2 million people, currently, Monrovia has not built a capacity, like Stephen said, in terms of the policy decisions we are making, to be prepared to kind of take on the burgeoning population that we're expecting in Montserrat County, for example. How vulnerable are we going to be when we've not built the sanitation infrastructure? We have not built any population growth set of infrastructure in terms of transportation to kind of support that kind of population when we're growing. Are we going to be creating a shanty town?
Yes, if we're not careful, I believe that we are going to be creating a shanty town if we don't plan well. Like, you know, sometimes I think about when I see the picture of Hamas in Israel, and, you know, they're building up. It's a small area, so they're building up, but it sounds like, you know, it looks like they're very crowded. But, you know, healthcare, my major concern would be healthcare. I mean, it's not just only the transfer of diseases, is, you know, people ability to engage in preventative care. How are you going to do that? You know, is Monrovia, the oil population of Monrovia, are people going to be able to find anywhere where they can relax, think well, go to school? You know, all of those different things come to my mind when I think about healthcare and the oil population in Monrovia. I think they need to create a new city, if you ask me, because I don't know if we have the facility to hold the population in Monrovia. So what about transportation? You know, a lot of times people don't understand, like, stress can be a killer. Stress can be a killer. So if you're in an oil-populated city where you can't find anywhere to just get away from the noise pollution, which we do have right now in the city, or you can't find anywhere where you can feel comfortable and safe, secure, because of the population, the city security is a big thing.
1 second.
You're likely to be all stressed out and increase the cortisol level in your body and die. I'm sorry to say.
And Donna, let me guys speak to in 10 seconds to what Dr. Richardson struck a very important point, and something that we see has been disrupted when you talk about the noise level in the country. Before the war, we saw that even though Liberia was not as developed as much, but there were commercial districts and residential districts that has evaporated. You know, before the war, you will see that there were certain specific areas noted for commercial areas. It were, you know, like if you wanted to buy something, you go downtown to buy something. Waterside in the heart of the city there was no other commercial district. Entertainment spots were all stationed in the downtown of the city. One of the things we've seen being disrupted is that downtownness, and so Monrovia now is the entire country now has no residential district. You find in what's supposed to be residential district, you find entertainment spot playing loud music all through the night. You have religious organization, churches, mosques. They're making loud messages on the sun. So that rest, like most of the time you're in Monrovia, you really want to have that peace of mind, that rest. You cannot find it because by 4 or 5 is either the circumference, Lone Star 3 that something on the public address system, or a church having a revival and the speaker is just right outside, or the imam is calling prayer. We have to reimagine our city planning. There has to be that demarcation between what should be a commercial area and what should be a residential area. For example, in the States, you're not going to find entertainment spot. Even if you did, it's not going to be somewhere where they play loud music, because your mental health is far more important than anything in life, whether your job, whether just anything. Because without your mental health, you're nothing, and you die faster undergoing depression than you would if you have cancer.
Yeah.
And to add, Stephen, it affects our ability to think, our ability to be able to work and be productive. If you're not thinking well and your mental health is, hey.
Oh, sorry. Dr. Richardson, the my first day in school, Stephen. The first day. Can you imagine? I want to. You guys talk about education. Look at the beginning here. 1 year old, first day in school. Dwalu, why you shaking your head?
Because I begin costing $1,000 every month.
That begin the school first day, and he came back happy, right?
Getting food, free day,
no problem.
Free day.
Right, so say bye.
No, but Stevie, let me say this to you. You said something. I don't blame anybody who's causing noise in Liberia. There are city ordinances to that. It's the authority that refuse to do their jobs. Look, people must be guided. People must be guided and regulated. In any society, nobody wants to follow any regulation in New York City. But the reason for the police, the reason for the regulatory arms is to make sure people accord certain standards. And in Liberia, we refuse to accord any standard in the society, so people do whatever they want. If you want to maintain the city must be regulated heavily. That's how it works. So we fail. I mean, all of us as a society, we fail because we refuse to do what is necessary. But city ordinances are there. Stanton, I'll give it to you. Check out.
No. Thank God for everything, man. Been a busy day, getting Levi ready for school his first day. And, going together, introducing him to new friends. Dr. Richardson, when your grandson going to school, but it becomes boring, because Levi always come and cried and yelled and screamed, and the cars become quiet. Daughter, you're not there yet. You're not there yet, Duadu. So when the grandparents speaking,
I don't want to be there.
Try to give us some respect. Steering, when the grandparents speaking, show us some respect. That's the way it is.
Man, how you right. Speak? Can you imagine?
All right, so yeah.
But what I said, folks, we said Toba Yenswar and John Malu, the auditor, they were to appear today. John Malu is in the back. We'll be bringing him shortly. So I have to set this thing straight because everybody waiting for this great program. I want to say thank you, Stephen, for joining. Mr. Duadu, thank you, Dr. Richardson. And Stephen Taylor, the audit report that we received. To be fair, we received the audit report this morning. Right, Stephen? And I sent it to you. So Toba Yenswar couldn't, send it over to his folks for them to look into it because he had only 5 hours windows. Whether he will appear tonight or not, I don't know. I don't think so. But there's a lot within the 2008 malaria audit report and the 2015, I believe 2015 or so, the Ebola audit report. So we got to set the story straight. We got to set this thing for our own understanding. John Balu is coming on. He's going to discuss what he can discuss. And we also want to be discussing the appointment of Samora Wodokori by the president. The president sent out a letter of nomination and I asked the Senate to confirm Samora Wodokori to be the next LRA boss, commissioner. Hey, imagine Thomas Dona, he stay in the mall. And the president of the Republic of Liberia, the sitting president, George Manawia, is making an appointment. Dr. Richardson, can you hear me?
Yes.
Oh, okay. I thought you were saying something. I'm sorry. And he's making the appointment. So this morning we woke up This morning we woke up to the letter that was sent to the Senate for such an appointment. We're going to share the letter with you. We're going to read it. And to add also, on Thursday, the Senate have set and they have written Frank Musa Dean, Minister Frank Musa Dean, to have a confirmation hearing. Now, Thursday will be the 5th. I'm correct. It will be the 5th. These guys only in there up to next week. They must do what they have to do. So Minister Frank Musa Dean, they called on him, they wrote him a letter. We get a copy of the letter. And again, saying that the confirmation hearing is scheduled for Thursday. Thursday will be the 4th, not the 5th. I'm sorry. Thursday will be the 4th. So here we go. We got a lot of story to share with you, but something strange is happening. At NRA, the National Road Fund, NRF, National Road Fund, and that of Public Work. It's crazy, folks. Since the government took over, all the roads in all of the counties, all the documents, all the companies they've been giving money to, we have all the documents. Steven, I'll share with you, right? Some of it, right? We have all the documents. And while we will be speaking to John Modu, we'll share this document that I want you guys to see when we say Ruth Coker husband received money for company he connected to. When we say Josita Winton, the amount of money our country just gave up like that, it's crazy. We want you to share the program, invite your brothers and sisters. It will be huge. But did they actually carry on any road works in those places? Any one of the work? It's crazy, folks. Millions of dollars. Anybody can just come up with any company name. Kickbacks. I will share the document with you. We have all of the document from the National Road Fund and that of Public Work. And you will understand the reason why people die mysteriously. You will understand the reason why our country is in stagnation for life. And why we need to fight even harder. This is the Spoon Talk, and thank you for joining us. Now we have started the show officially. Let me hear from you guys this topic on the floor while I share the document. Then I will bring in John Modu. Dr. Richardson, you go first, please.
It's disappointing. The news about Wolokoli is just disappointing. I didn't expect this president to nominate someone on his way out to such an important position. And also the nomination of, well, the pending nomination. I'm hearing you say that he's going to be at the legislature on
confirmation on Thursday.
So are you saying he's going to be confirmed? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, that's the letter I just showed. That he's going to go for confirmation. I'm not saying he will be confirmed.
Oh, okay.
Go for the confirmation hearing on Thursday.
So I hope that the legislators do their due diligence to the Liberian people. There are so many questions that we have raised here about Musa Dean, or I have raised about Musa Dean, and I hope that the legislators pay attention to that. They're not just going to confirm him just because he was a previous member of the Unity Party or just because he was a part of the government. We saw that many things happen in the country. The drug case. Musa Dean spoke after the case. The mob violence against Deda Simon. Musa Dean spoke after we raised that issue here. This whole penny issue between he and Serena Sifa, like the whole diamond issue that we've been talking about, that somehow this diamond was mysteriously sold, and there's no record about it, and where the money went, we don't know. But Musa Dean was involved, and Serena Sifa came here being very upset, and I'm sure Stanton, you invited him to the show again. So I have a lot of concerns about that. The appointments that Weah is making as he's on his way out, and if this legislature, this group, the 54th group, if they don't see it wise to work in the interest of Liberian people and just going to confirm Musa Dean and confirm Wolokoli, it's going to be a sad time for Liberia, a sad day for Liberia if that happens.
All right, thank you very much, my brother Dualu. Your take on all these conversations.
Well, let me say this. I'm not going to expect any form of responsibleness from President Weah. I never expected it. In fact, President Weah can send diplomats to all our agencies across the globe. He can do whatever he wants. He can point the entire CDC from under the sycamore tree. I still would not be surprised. But this is what I would expect. I always expect that the Senate behave responsibly. We're going to ask of the Senate this time around to behave responsibly. If President Weah, because he expects the Senate to be irresponsible, he expects the Senate to confirm this person because he doesn't have any credibility towards them. He doesn't care about them. He treats them like dirt. Let's see if the Senate actually affirm President Weah's suggestion of them, that they are insignificant, that he can do whatever he wants to them whenever he feels like it. The Senate have to have a span this time around and say, listen, Mr. President, we are going to table these talks and we are going to wait until the next president to complete this task. Let's see if the Senate is responsible to doing the people's business. Because as it stands, President Weah is literally giving the Senate a middle finger. He's an irresponsible brute. It's like a crackpot. President Weah does not care about anything. In fact, if it's left with President Weah, let Liberia implode. He doesn't care about the country. Now, we expect the Senate to say, you know what? We will stand as a barrier between chaos and stability. It is up to them. Let's see what the Senate does. Stanton. You're muted.
Oh, I'm sorry. Eduardo, thank you. Steven?
Yeah, thank you, Stanton. You see, when the framework of our Constitution and all the architect of our democracy thought that it was important for us to follow what is dubbed as a representative democracy, the rationale behind it was that every citizen cannot be represented physically in government. And so because of that, they will surrender their sovereignty through the elections to a group of people who will represent them on their behalf. And that's why we have 73 representatives and 30 senators. And so because all of us cannot be at one point in time in government, so we have people who are direct representation of us in government. And so this being said is that it tells you as to which constituents of the population should your loyalty be to. Why it is true, the general perception is that you should be loyal to your country, but it also argues that you should represent the best interests of those you represent. When you read the letter from Fanny Sherman, who happens to be the chair on the executive, the letter presupposes that they expect that all of the confirmation formalities will end in one day, unless where they say a coup, supposition, a coup, go to the next day, meaning that if we don't complete it today, we'll complete it Friday. On the Thursday, we'll complete it Friday. You see, the danger here is that we're not talking about any other position here. We're talking about a position where someone sits on the Supreme Court of your country. Such confirmation should not only be limited to a committee hearing. There should be stages of that confirmation to the extent where possible that even the public should be involved in the vetting process. You saw in the U.S. when Justice Kavanaugh was appointed you saw the extent to which they dug into his character. They brought people from his high school to testify before the Senate. But the reason they did this comprehensive scrutiny is because when you sit on the bench of the Supreme Court, you're supposed to be somebody of brittle character, because the decision you are about to make become binding on the general hopoloid of the people you represent. Your opinion become law. This is why people who sit on the bench should be people not just of the academic credential, the moral credibility, and the integrity to sit on the bench. And so when I see
it's just an intro, you intro your Zizu phone now. It's just an intro.
Take your rest.
Yeah, but let me bring in. I want to I try to make John part of this discussion. You know, I like John. I like John. You know, I didn't know that I was bigger and taller and sharper than John till I saw him in person. I mean, I get broad shoulder, a big body. John, what's up?
Hi, Stanton. How are you?
Good. John, man, welcome to the Spoon Talk. I know you're here for something, and our folks admire you whenever you appear. But the downside to this thing, my brother, it looked like Toba Yenswa was saying that he got the information real late, 5 hours into the game. And he got to go through because a lot of documents. So he asking that, you know what, after going through all this information, he's going to share with his lawyer, his accountant, then he can decide whether to appear or not. But thank you for coming on the show.
Thank you for having me.
Yeah, before we get into the Toba Yenswa issue, let's brush this thing over real quick. Folks, I am receiving information, and this is a breaking news, that Unity Party went to court and obtained a writ of prohibition. Unconfirmed report, and I gathering my sources to confirm this, that Unity Party went to court to obtain a writ of prohibition on Samora Wodokodi and Justice Minister Frank Musa Dane. John, you just joining us. Talk to us about this. I know you are not yet too long. You want to discuss this thing and leave or make your case. Then I want to bring the guys in. Is it in the right direction?
You know, I don't really want to get into a Senate battle. I think I made my position clear on this issue. The same law that put you there, the same law can be used to remove you. There are constitutional processes to this. I believe fundamentally this is a distraction. I think George Weah is trying to take our eye off of the transition. We need to figure out what we are inheriting. I think that's a bigger goal. I think the president-elect need to figure out how is he going to have the inauguration when the administration is saying they're not going to give money in a timely manner. We need to figure out a way that we can recruit people who are going to serve in government. That for me is a bigger task for the next 6 years because you need competent people, and recruiting the best and the most talented as a business person is probably one of the biggest. Instead, recruiting a good journalist is not an easy task. Much more recruiting people who are going to serve in government. So I think let George Weah do what George Weah do best. It's a singing dance. It's a funny show. And at the end of the day, I can tell you, he is nominating people that he knows in the end, the evidence will be so overwhelming that it won't take that much longer to remove them. Because the law provides the process of removal. So the Senate should be forewarned. Confirmed because it's your constitutional prerogative, but it's also President-elect Joe Boakai constitutional right to work with people of integrity. And where he found somebody have committed something that is not consistent with that, the public trust, we can go through that process of removal. And I can tell you, and I will say this again, maybe Wole Koli will want to come on the show with me. He's an easy one, right? Because the evidence is so overwhelming, okay? And Joe Boakai is not sitting there just watching, right? I mean, we're not victims. I mean, in my life, I don't want to be a victim to anyone. I don't want to whine and complain. I figured out what I need to do and what Joe Boakai need to do to remedy the situation. And I think we have a game plan. And I think Joe Weah know, particularly the issue of the LRA and the Supreme Court. Samuel Tuer told me that the most important person in Liberia should be LRA commissioner. And he said to me, I don't trust anyone, but Toba now do. And that we should have somebody in there from Joe Boakai and that has the integrity. So if they believe that Wole Koli represent that integrity, fine with me. But we all know on this panel that we know what he has said on Spoon, and he boasted about his own conflict of interest. That alone is a ground for removal. I mean, he has a lot of records. So again, let me just end here by saying I think it's a good way for us to start. United Party should exercise every legal means available under the Constitution and the laws of Liberia. But make no mistake, these guys are probably going to go through. And if they go through, the Revenue Authority is important for Joe Barker's success. We need to get to that $1 billion. And I don't think Wolokoli is going to take us there. Let me rest on that. And if Wolokoli and Tue, again, I'm inviting them. If they want to come on this show to have a big fight over who is most important in Liberia and how we get revenue for the next government, I'm more than willing to come back on Spoon and have that fight.
Do you think George Weah is okay? Is he okay mentally? Is the president okay?
Well, I mean, Dr. Francinke probably talk about that more than I can. What I can say.
The reason why I'm asking, though, you are leaving.
No.
Wolokoli disgrace himself. Wolokoli came on Spoon and say, I have 3 different companies, and we are consulting with LEC through the finance ministry. The kickback is coming. It's like a revolving door. He's on tip saying those things. They pay to play everything. In my presence, where you have Nathaniel McGill, Serena Seaforth, and other folks were sitting, I questioned Wolokoli. And Wolokoli said, but still, you think I'm doing this by myself? The president cannot fire me. Ministry of Health, to get the money, Wolokoli, the allegation that he must be given 10%. Every agency, every entity, Wolokoli demand a kickback. And Wolokoli told me in the presence of Serena Seaforth, Nathaniel McGill, and the rest of them. Serena Seaforth look at Wolokoli and say, you're getting yourself in trouble. Was sitting in both of our parties up in the restaurant on that table. And everything. The massive corruption at finance ministry. The president put all of that aside. And he said, now, though I'm not buried, Thomas do not yet, I want to take you and carry to LRA.
But Stanton, I mean, just to give you a backdrop, I know Wolokoli personally. I refused to hire Wolokoli at GSC, number 1. He failed the GSC test. We published a test. In 2017, you can Google it. He's still online, took the test. He said he was a professor. He could not do a basic cash flow. He challenged on national radio. We gave him another opportunity because his father at that time was a legislator. We said, fine, anybody can challenge the GSC test. The EU, the World Bank, the CSA, we all administered that test together. He came back, he challenged it, and he flunked. That's the first issue. The second issue was, even if he had passed, I couldn't hire Wolokoli. You know why? Because he had stolen money from the American government, and the Americans didn't want anything to do with him. They had taken him into court, and he was in a legal lawsuit on money that he stole from USAID programs. So Wolokoli has a long history. And he and I can come back on this show and really dug it out and see who is Wolokoli. But that's not what I'm here for today. Again, the point is, I am telling you, we are not sitting down becoming victim of George Weah. Whether George Weah is normal or not, I think this is all a distraction. It's a big distraction. George Weah knows himself that he's putting up candidates and people that won't be able to withhold audit, scrutiny, investigations, even when challenging law. So he knows that. But this is all a deflection from the fact that he's not cooperating with the transitional team. This is for Joe Weah. I know Joe Weah. Most of you probably know Joe Weah. Joe Weah tells me he's street smart. So for him, this is all a game. This is all he playing the Liberian people. 1 minute he's cooperating with Joe Barker and his administration. The next, on the other hand, he's also gaming the system. And he actually believes that. He believes this is all a game. And it's unfortunate that I have to make a disclosure. Musa Din was my lawyer, and he continued to be my lawyer. But I think he should consider whether this is right for him, whether he wants to come under this kind of barrage of investigation and attack going forward. But that's his call, right? That's Musa Dean's call. For Wole Colley, I have no advice for him. Take the job and be removed immediately. Thank you.
Even upon being confirmed, I will go to Dualu. Even upon being confirmed, you are saying that he will be removed?
Yes.
Because it's a turning position.
Well, turning position have clauses for removal. One of them is corruption. One of them is lack of public trust. I mean, there's a whole list under which a sitting official can be removed. And Stanton, this is a bigger issue too that we need to consider. I think back in 2014, I had a big fight with the sitting government. And if you can Google, I have a position against this whole barrage of tenure jobs. Everybody in Liberia, from Maritime to Liberia Telecommunication Authority, everybody want tenure. I am not a lawyer, but guess what? Donald Trump removed the FBI director in the United States as tenure. And there are histories upon history of Ellen Sedi herself forcing tenure people to resign. Because once you are faced with the evidence, Mr. Stanton, once you are faced with the evidence, you will go. Because it's a choice of you resigning or choice of going to jail. So at the end of the day, the president has a prerogative to remove these people, and he will.
Yeah, Stanton. And before we leave Samara Wole Colley, you know when a man writes his name and he put all his certificate he got after his name and a fake PhD that he also got as well. The PhD he got is also fake. He wrote a book. If you read that book, it was written by a high schooler. I don't know what kind of school in teaching in Liberia. People must be exposed. And these are the so-called educated people. When the man write, he can read every single certificate he ever got after his name. I gotta think it maybe verbal way. Samara Wole Colley there. Basic test, and you say you got 50 accounting degrees. Probably teaching accounting too, by the way.
All right, so I welcome Prince Maxwell. Before we bring in Steven Johnson and Dr. Richardson, let me just play this again. My brother, if you're ready to go, just let me know. I know you're busy. We'll come back to that story. I want to just flash something real quick. This is the letter that was read today on the floor of the Senate. Let me bring it up.
Communications from the President of Liberia. First communication. Republic of Liberia, the President. December 27, 2023. Honorable Albert T. Chi, President Pro Tempore, Liberia Senate, in special session. Capitol Building, Capitol Hill, Roga, Liberia. Mr. President Pro Tempore, I have the honor to submit for confirmation and consideration to the Liberian Senate the following person nominated to the following position in government. Liberia Revenue Authority. Antonin Dr. Samora P.Z. Wole Colley. Commissioner General, Liberia Revenue Authority. Please accept, honorable ladies and gentlemen, the sentiments of my highest consideration. Sincerely, George M. Weah Sr., President of the Republic of Liberia. The second communication from the President. Republic of Liberia.
All right, so the first communication, Steven Johnson, you heard it. The letter was posted up, and they call him Dr. Samora Wole Colley. The issue is there. Let's just talk about this because we can now confirm Musa Dean confirmation schedule for January 4th, Thursday. Because of the rate of prohibition, it would not go through. We can now confirm the Unity Party. The Unity Party went to the Supreme Court. The Justice in Chamber, James Etta Wole Colley, I believe that's her name. The Justice in Chamber, James Etta Wole Colley, have accepted the rate of prohibition. It is scheduled for next week the 9th. So therefore, this thing is getting interesting. Let me hear you, Stephen Johnson.
Thank you, Stanton. And I like the fact that the Unity Party is also playing the game in the court, because I come from the belief that you can walk and stay true gone. And so there are many ways to kill the cat. While you fight from the argument about public sentiment, it's also important for you to look at it from a legal perspective. In the case where the UP now has solicited, according to you, a writ of prohibition. But I'd like to speak to President Weah's nomination. Look, in everything we do, and I've often said this, there's a humanistic side in everything we do. And as leader, people expect that you have empathy. On the same day Thomas Donald's body was being brought to the country, it's the same day we appointed Samora. You have to be an insensitive leader to want to do that. Thomas's death is not even clear at the LRA yet. And now you have somebody to replace him. But here's what I know. In the grand scheme of things, Weah believes that he's setting himself up for some kind of protection or some kind of available source of funding in the absence of the presidency. Weah is a guy who has a unending appetite for money. And so because of that, he's trying to position strategically in his mind people into position who will continue to funnel him money. And the best person, according to him, who will do that is Samora. Because the rationale behind moving Samora from fiscal affairs to now head the LRA, I don't see the rationale. I don't see the rationale. And the sad part, and John spoke to this, is that these people who in fact themselves are accepting these appointments, they have no moral judgment. They have no moral judgment, because as public figures, you should have within your own self moral judgment. And they don't have it. And this is the problem with public service in Liberia. We take people, put them into position who themselves have no moral judgment, and because they don't even have character judgment. Musa Dean wants to be, for example, on the Supreme Court coming from the Justice Ministry. It's sad. And so when I listen to the secretary read the letter, it just shows we have, and I want John to answer this question. I don't know what is Weah's motivation, and I'm trying to pick through his head. Is Weah now believing in his mind? This is a question for John to answer, that they don't think the fight against corruption will be so severe that they are now using all of these subtle maneuverings to position the people, or is it that we've lowered the volume on the noise about corruption, so they now see that there's an outlet to exploit? And I want John to talk about this, because if the volume of the fight against corruption audit is so loud enough, we should be concerned about looking for receipts, looking for his balance sheets. All of those being appointed, Musa, Samora, they should be worried about receipts, looking for balance sheets. But they're not worried about that. Is it because the volume of audit that we all started has suddenly been reduced? Or is it that, we are things that audit that we all talk about is most likely to not happen, and as such, they can use this period to position themselves? John, I want you to please talk about that.
Well, I thank you, Stevie. I don't want to go into Weah's head, but two things. You know how important the Supreme Court is to the fight against corruption. Okay, the Supreme Court has demonstrated from time to time, throwing out reports on corruption charges through the court system. Unless you want to challenge them legally and get into the street, once somebody is sitting on that Supreme Court, it becomes quite a challenge. So he knows that. And with Musa, he believed he would have another person on the Supreme Court that will defend him. That's the only logic I can see. Okay, there's no need to rush, right? If we already felt that Boakai won this election and that he was moving toward peace and reconciliation. This is what you got to always understand. They will say reconciliation, Liberia need peace. The corrupt always want us to give them peace, to give them reconciliation, to get along. But they're never going to get along with us who are trying to push, right? So he stopped peace on one hand and congratulatory messages to Boakai and the rescue team. But deep down in Wia, he's afraid. He's afraid. This is a defensive posture, nothing more. He's trying to position himself to defend whatever they had done in the government, at least with Musa Dean. Now, go to LRA. There is no incident that a day Tobo Newswa died, Summit will call me. I mean, I sent an email, a text message out to thousands
Thomas Donor.
I mean, the day Thomas Donor died.
Not Tobo, yes, sir.
Not Tobo Newswa. The day Tobo Donor died, Summit will call me. Back and forth, and we spoke for long. And the only concentration that he had was, John, for JMB to succeed, you need to find somebody to go to LRA. And he narrated a whole lot. That's why I don't want to say everything here. I'm really begging Twe to come on Spoon. Every day I'm asking him, we need to go on Spoon. You need to get it out of your chest what you told me in private. To emphasize over and over the importance that Joe Boakai will never achieve his economic agenda without somebody strategically positioned at LRA. Now think about LRA, right? Now there's a $26 million issue. So Tua said there was $300 million missing, and the deputy LRA commissioner also, before the Liberian legislature, also confirmed that at least Liberia is losing $300 million. You know what $300 million can do? A lot. And there are a lot of audits that are going on. I can tell you right now, I have asked the Auditor General of Liberia and those that are in the accountability arena to pursue a case at LRA on a $26 million tax write-down. Overnight, they've gone from $26 million to $1.2 million. I don't want to call the company name until that information is actually verified. But indeed, there is an issue at LRA where one company refused to pay taxes, and in a very dying hour, as we transition, 3 weeks to transition, they take the $26 million, trash the audit, and write down to $1.2 million. Think about that. And I can tell you 100%, Joy, we know all these things. And LRA is his Pepper Bush. And whether Samuel Ture is crying about the Americans attack him on Mite Steel because he's not supporting the railroad, all that in a small screen. The real issue is LRA has been their entire Pepper Bush, where they waive taxes for business people. And Ture alluded to that. Again, I want Ture to come on here so I can face him face to face on this issue. So he's trying to cripple, and in my judgment, this is trying to cripple the Joe Boakai administration ability to generate the necessary revenue to rebuild and reconstruct Liberia. This is, I mean, some people have told me, you know, Wia is trying to protect himself from paying real estate taxes. Okay, I think we have enough money to pay real estate taxes. I don't think that's the reason. I think they have done a lot at LRA. And this is what Samuel Ture said to me, John, forget about individual audit. Audit the revenue and the leakages and the waiver at LRA. So Stephen, LRA is important for Joe Boakai. And if Joe Boakai is going to make a dent in building roads, in fixing the hospital system, we have to generate the revenue. We are all talking about domestic resource mobilization. Where does that start? It starts at LRA. So that should answer your question, I believe.
I beg you, John, just hang with us, man, please. We're begging you. This is getting deeper by the minute as to why just President George Manneh Weah can just ask his bare boy to go ahead and be the Commissioner General for LRA with everything that is happening. But let me welcome Prince Maxwell. We're going to go to Dr. Richardson. We have the document from the court, the Supreme Court. Let me share with our audience the document we have from the Supreme Court. As you can see, Unity Party by and through its National Chairman Reverend J. Luther Tappe, National Secretary General Amos Twain, and all other officials of the Unity Party of the City of Monrovia, Republic of Liberia, petitioners versus the Liberia Senate by and through its President Joe Howard Taylor and President Pro Tempore Albert T. Che and the entire leadership of the Liberian Senate Monrovia, Liberia. Petition for the writ of prohibition. There you have it. It's right there. You are hereby commanded to notify the Liberian Senate by and through its President Joe Howard Taylor and President Pro Tempore Albert T. Che and the entire leadership of the Liberian Senate, Councilor Frank Musa Dean Jr., Attorney General and Minister of Justice, Republic of Liberia, and all under his authority, Republic of Liberia, and Councilor Frank Musa Dean Jr., presidential nominee for the office of Associate Justice of the Supreme Court of Liberia, respondent in the above entitled course of action to appear, file, and returns a brief before the full bench of the Honorable Supreme Court of the Republic of Liberia, Temple of Justice, Monday, January 8, 2022, at the hour of 9 a.m. to show cause why petitioner petition as prayed for should not be granted. Here we have it. Here we have it. Main reason Unity Party is saying that the retirement clause within the letter written by Justice Nangbe is not within the provided guidelines of the Supreme Court. So the president is in error. Dr. Richardson, Thursday information for confirmation is canceled. They are now moving it to the 8th, which is Monday, 9 a.m.
You know, I have to say that I'm going to give kudos to the Unity Party in as much as that's not something that I want to say. But I like this approach. I think this approach is not about the Unity Party, but it's in the best interest of Liberian people. So I'll give them an A+ on this approach. My concern is something that John Malu said was, do they have the political willpower to fight, to continue fighting? Does JNB and the team have the political willpower to fight? Because this is what it's going to require. This can be a long, drawn-out process trying to figure out tenure clause and figure out the legal aspect of this, and it's going to require that stamina to do this. So again, I wish that for JNB. And to go into this whole business about why he's nominating, I think there's 3 reasons, Stephen and the rest of the team. Weah wants to protect himself. Weah knows that he's going to be investigated. He's going to be, looked after for how much he looted from the Liberian people. And he also knows that he needs security. He needs Musa Dean to protect him at the Supreme Court. And I think that's what Musa Dean appointment is all about, and Wulu Colley's appointment is all about. I think he also wants to impose, we had struck, he kind of reminds me of the kind of person that likes to be known, that have to have name recognition all the time. People got to praise him all the time. And I won't give him the diagnosis that's coming to my mind because I have not met with him, sat down with him. But so that kind of person wants to impose the ideology on other people all the time. So he's leaving government, but he wants to leave his ideology so that he could be remembered, he could be protected. They can say, oh, Weah did this, okay? But that ideology is the ideology of corruption as opposed to the ideology of anti-corruption, which it sounds like what the Unity Party is bringing in right now. I believe that, Stephen, that we can walk and chew gum at the same time. I believe that Liberians can work on Mr. Molu, you can work on the transitional team as well as pay very keen attention to Weah's move. I don't think it's a dumb move. I don't think it's even a distraction. This is a calculated move by Weah. All right, I will pay attention to him.
Yeah. Can we hear from you? Thank you, Dr. Richardson. Prince Maxwell.
Happy New Year to all of our viewers. Happy New Year to you, Honorable Molu, Stephen, Madam Dr. Fencing, and Pepper and Salt, Stanton. I wrote on my Facebook today, and I stated that this right now is what I call President Weah's lame duck strategy, lame duck nomination strategy. I've been saying it for 2 weeks on this network. Maybe people have been overlooking that, and it's coming to full-fledged reality right now. What I did not say and what I was trying to investigate is what Madam Dr. Chinonwe just alluded to, the strategic nature of this appointment. And the only person I can think as strategic as this in the CDC is Samuel Twell. So this has the fingerprint of Samuel Twell all behind it. Now, let's come back to the issue of Musa Dean and this Wolo Collins appointment. I stated clearly that there are two reasons why this appointment is being made. Specifically, it's intended to change the Boakai administration, audit and transparency policy. Number two, to protect President Weah and his cabinet ministers. And Honorable Molu added the third there, and I'm going to piggyback to Honorable Molu's position on that, to stifle the Boakai's administration to ability to generate revenue, so as to fund his overall domestic and international policy. This is very, very critical for us to understand. Now, let me break it down. Let's look at the issue of the transitional team. The Boakai administration needs to be very, very, very sincere and robust within that transitional team engagement with the George Weah administration now. There is no more, they should not, I would suggest that they should not even look at it from a glove perspective anymore. They should shake hands in a hard way now, because what they are witnessing is a clear manifestation of the Weah administration to derail the future progress of the Boakai's administration in real time. In real time. Now, you don't joke with such approach. Go ahead.
Thank you very much, Prince. I think when the last time John was on the show, he went in that direction as to it's not about friendship. But this also is not an audit. My question to you, John, and I know we'll come to the Toba Yenswa story. Everything we are hearing from the Commerce Ministry, National Road Fund, Transportation, most of the ministers, they're out of the country, number one. Number two, most of the agencies and ministry, they are not cooperating. What can you, since you're part of the team, Stephen Johnson said he's part of the team, the end game will be what? If they said, no, we cannot do what you're asking us to do, then what? Tell the Liberian people, what can you do legally or not legally? What can you do?
Well, I think you're trying to get me into trouble again.
No, I'm not talking about. I'm not asking you to talk about Unity Party. I'm saying that the CDC saying no to you. What will you do? What can you do?
No, but you know my position. A transition is not an audit. It's a simple exercise to take stock of what you are inheriting in terms of asset, in terms of liability, in terms of contingency. Okay. And then, for example, a contingent, people ask me what is contingency. In the accounting, financial management world, a contingency is something that is likely to happen, but it hasn't happened yet. Okay. We don't know. But what I'm finding out just through the transition, Stanton, some of the government entities have arrangement with the banks to borrow salary in advance. Think about that. They are borrowing December salary, November salary to pay their employees for Christmas. we're going to get, after January 22nd, we're going to have to estimate what is that total off balance sheet contingent liability. That's what we're trying to get at. At this point, and my strategy has always been request for the necessary documents that you need from each agency of government or each relevant official of government. And I will give you an example. Samora Wolokoli manages, I can go to the list of accounts that I have in my position that Wolokoli manages. So like the road fund that you're talking about, Wolokoli manages that. The Ebola fund, Wolokoli manages that. I mean, a long list of bank accounts that Wolokoli manages. We need to find out what are the status of these projects and bank accounts. We won't be able to get that because they're not cooperating. And we can sit down and exchange pleasantry and take pictures and put it on the internet. In the end, my worry has been and continue to be, we might never know what we are inheriting. Okay, if they don't cooperate, they're out of the country, number one. Some of them are right in Monrovia, but they're pretending not to be in Monrovia. Even my own staff can't get some of those people. They're all frustrated. I mean, I can tell you they are all frustrated. I don't want to go into details here, but tomorrow I'm going to have to make a lot of phone calls to tell people to cooperate. But here's what I think Joseph Numa Boakai understand. He's a businessman. He's a finance guy. He's been in government. He knows the process. Ask Joe Weir and his government, I need this, I need this, I need this. Stanton, they want us to go run after them. And we are falling in that trap by running after them for document and for information. What we should do is to request. If you deny me the request, I go to the Liberian people, I say, hey, we could not establish the veracity of what we are inheriting because the Weir government refused to cooperate. Here are letters that we wrote them. Here are documents we requested. I think if we do it that way, Joe Weir will cooperate. But if we take the notion that we got to go interact with them, we got to talk to them, I don't believe that Joe Weir can play nice and his people can play nice. They like people like me who's rough, aggressive, and in your face. And I can tell you, unless somebody knows something I don't know, we won't be able to. Stephen Johnson is part of the clusters. He knows the challenges we are all having. I don't think we'll be able to establish what we are inheriting. No way. It's too late. And Stanton, again, let me just close here. If you started a transition with fanfare, everybody standing up in the auditorium, taking picture, Joe Boakai speak, Joe Weir speak, that was around the 21st, 24th, I think, of November. But then you, the government, say you cannot interact or request information from our people until the 27th. And in fact, I'm going to limit you to January 10th. But I know that most of my officials are out until the 17th. Come on. That's just a no-brainer to anybody with common sense that George Weir and his administration didn't go into this thing to joke. And I think our obligation, where I have problem, we need to come out every day to inform the Liberian people on Spoon or in the newspaper as to the challenges we are facing. I mean, today I saw that with the road fund. That poor guy, he wants to do his work, but he's not going to be able to get any information because Wolokoli also oversee the road funds. He's not going to cooperate with you, particularly going into a confirmation process. You can find that reasonable or unreasonable, but I don't see. I think at this point, if I were the head of the transition thing, I consider this a failure and blame everything on George Weir, inform the Liberian people, walk away, and when George Weir leave power, then we can actually use the GAC and other institutions to validate what we inherited and put that out quickly because Joe Boakai will have control of the government. But trying to waste our time for another few days, it's not going to cut it.
Well,
we got to cut this. We got to call this a failure. Not failure on our part. That's what I was trying to express, and everybody got on my back. It is not a failure on our part. It is a failure of the government to cooperate. And this is why I think that Francine asked me a question. We have to have a transitional clause. It's a transitional act. That should be one of the, number one, Joe Boakai 100-day deliverable. Because right now, with executive order, Joe, we decide when we meet. Joe, we decide when we write a letter. Joe, we decide. Everything is decided on one-sided by Joe Weir. And I think we need to come out and be honest with the Liberian people and tell the Liberian people we try our best. This thing has failed. We need to change gear and focus on recruitment and placement of new government officials that are coming in.
Thank you very much. I know you're coming. Let me bring Dwalo in on the second round. Go ahead, Steve. Go ahead.
I don't see it as a failure. I just see it as a delay because while they are being non-compliant in terms of providing the necessary information, we are taking over, right? We're taking over in 2 weeks. Yes. We still have the authority to get what we want, but except that it's delayed.
Yes.
Because by the time you take over on the 22nd, you will now have full access to all of those information. I just think that delay was so that we can not on day one have all of the ready information that we need, to begin. But it still won't change the fact that you now will have a responsibility after January 22nd to have a full access to those information and be able to make your own judgment based on the information you have. I just think they created that delay so that we cannot have full access on day one to be able to make some hardcore decision on January 22nd. But now you just have additional, time in the future to be able. I just thought to make that point.
But Steve, I want to. Yes, I agree with you. We will have access to all the information, and we can quickly make that determination. But guess what? It's gonna be you say, I say. They're gonna go out there with all their stolen money, and they're gonna try to confuse the population. That's why. I don't want to say poor Ellen Sally embraced them, right? Well, upfront. Finance their inauguration. She gave them access to everything. What did they do? For the past 6 years, Joe Weir and Ellis City government have battled this out. I left 100 million, no, he left no money in the bank. They're arguing all day. And that's all Weir is trying to do. So when I say a failure, we should tell the Liberian people this was supposed to be a joint effort. But the effort is only on one end. These guys are playing delay tactics. And tomorrow, we don't want them to come to you and lie and say they left for 500 million. We got to pull that out in front. I do completely agree with you, Stephen, that in the end, we will have all that information, but it's going to come out. And they're going to lie. They're going to say, we left 500 million, we left this, we left that, and it will be us against them. The only way we can probably protect ourselves, unless we get an independent GAC to come back and say, I stamp this. This is what was in the bank account. Maybe we can use that, their own institutions, to validate for us. But we need to validate because they are setting us up for next 6 years of you say, I say argument.
Yeah, and Honorable Molly, I think the UP government will be very smart. I want Mr. Baka to make sure that doesn't happen. But I want to say this to Stevie. I agree with Mr. Muller. It's a failure because this thing should have been done within a specific time frame. If you cannot do it in that time frame, it's that you're starting anew. So for me, that's a failure. And Mr. Muller, don't call yourself aggressive. Look, to get results, you must be a little bit pushy. I don't see that as aggression. I see that as a push to get results. Look, we're so far behind. Sometimes I don't know whether we know how far behind we are. We don't even have time. Look at the country. And the biggest baffling thing about Liberia today is we have the capacity to literally transform the country, but we entirely refuse. The likes of Wolo Cully, the likes of Thomas Twe, they sit over there and it's entirely strangulate an entire country because they can. And nobody can do nothing to them. And I agree with you, Mr. Malu. Look, that Transitional Act has to be law. We can't depend on this. It goes back to the National Elections Commission. We have to make these things lawful if we want to remove it from the presidency. Say, listen, the president should not appoint. Let's use the Liberian Council of Churches. So let's come up with some formula to appoint people. Look, we have a lot of work to do. For me, every single second that goes by, I'm of the conviction Liberia should have a 6-day work week, with the exception of Sunday, and 12-hour work day.
I want 7 days. I want 16 hours. 7 days.
Serious.
Health is important, guys. Sleep is important.
Yes.
But they are having that debate in Ghana now.
Hey,
It's a huge debate.
You say a job that when you say you accept it.
You pay for overtime. Look at it, you know, the
Okay, okay.
No, we will get shifts. We'll get 3 shifts. 8 hour, 3 shifts.
What we need to do, we need
I don't think, but guys, they keep the conversation.
From an 8-hour shift to a 24-hour shift. But in Liberia, by 5 o'clock, the whole country shut down.
Yeah.
The only people who will go to work after 5 will be security people.
No, but
other than that,
but there's a lot of
see how we can move to 24 hours.
But consider other components. It's just not about 12 hours, 16 hours. It's even more than the 12 hours, 16 hours. The issue is because we are massively corrupt. You can give the man 24 hours. The man will say he worked for 48 hours. You got Maxwell going on break. He doesn't come back to 2-3 hours. Are you kidding me?
Who's supervising Maxwell?
Who's supervising Maxwell? The supervisor working from home.
Supervisor said someone drinking live beer.
The supervisor was supervising Maxwell. Was
you leave me. I will go. You leave me. I will go 15 hours.
Ambassador Yembo went on the campaign trail. He bought 15 t-shirts. He went to campaign for Joe. So Maxwell free to do what Maxwell want to do. These are the examples. I'm not saying that. Don't make me say that.
Let me tell you a joke. So I was auditing in Liberia, and at the Ministry of Finance, they have something called overtime pay. Think about that. So coming from the US, when somebody say overtime, I'm saying the person work over 40 hours, right?
Mm-hmm.
But they have no time sheet.
Yes,
so
no time sheet. No time sheet.
If your salary position, how do you make overtime?
How do you work overtime when don't document a time sheet? So she's like, oh, but the people are here on the weekend. Okay, what is that already? So, but anyhow,
at the will and the pleasure of the minister or the director. Yes, that's how to do the overtime.
If it's documented, it's right. If you're bringing somebody in after the required time, you have to pay them for that service.
If it's documented. If it's
documented, yeah.
But let's just piggyback on what Honorable Malu said, right? For me, this is what I see preemptively. I see the United Party incoming administration walking into a PR nightmare as it pertains to all of what is now coalescing around George Weah, Samuel Twe, and a strategic move as it relates to the position that they are bringing, to the people that want to bring on board in this position. It's going to give the president-elect problem. I do agree with Honorable Malu when he says it's a failure in terms of time. The president-elect Boyka administration needs time. Time is of the essence for him. Now, he's going to put together a cabinet. The question we will be asking ourselves is, what do we want the cabinet to focus on? Do we want the cabinet to focus on retrospective behavior of the George Weah administration, what they've done in the past, or the future problem that lies ahead of us, immediate future problems? Because the moment they step in, should it be chasing the corrupt practices of the George Weah administration or the corrupt officials, or should it be looking at how to prevent corruption in the administration and build around that? Because that is why it's being set up for them right now. They are twofold, and the capacity in Liberia is not enough to deal with those two things at the same time with the same level of enthusiasm that's needed. And I think that's that's one of the reasons why Honorable Malu is putting out the APP right now to Liberian people, that we are having this problem, we are going to have this problem, and we're going to have to deal with this problem with George Weah administration while we are in the presidency. And we need to understand that.
I disagree with Prince, and the reason I do is because
hold on, Steven. Steven will bring you in. Let's get Dr. Richardson in a few seconds.
I want to see this from a different perspective in terms of continuity. I actually think the transitional team is a failure, Stephen. In terms of continuity of government, okay, that's what government is supposed to be, moving smoothly in other parts of the world. For the most part, it does move smoothly from one end to the other. In this case, we see that it is not happening, and the reason why it's not happening because of the personality of George Weah. That's simply what it is. Okay, George Weah is saying to us, because I failed, there's no other person who will win or will be successful in this government. Since I wasn't successful, since Liberian people did not elect me. He is telling his people to not cooperate because he does not want JNB or the Unity Party to outshine the CDC or himself. It's almost like in my field, like we have like a saying that if I don't have her, nobody else will. I'm sure you guys are familiar with that saying. It's a sense of entitlement, okay? It's a sense of possession. I got a bureau at heart. I was elected for this idea. That's the thing that he's thinking about. And forgetting that he was supposed to take this job to be a public servant, okay, to create an environment in our country where everybody will strive for a good living, pursuit of happiness. Even the American people can call it, liberty. He was supposed to strive to at least create empathy for our people, which we see he's not doing. He's reappointing somebody while this person is not even the person who had the position is not even buried yet. He's supposed to be of service to the people, not to himself, not to enrich himself. So to me, the only reason why the transitional team is a failure because of the personality of George Weah, and he's not interested in continuity of the government.
Dr. Francis, yeah, when you look at it in terms of the cooperation from the government, then we can safely conclude that it is a failure in terms of the cooperation from the government.
But that's what I said.
Yeah, if you look at it from that perspective, it's a failure because the government has failed to cooperate. But yes, and let me pivot to what Prince said. Prince, even if you have long-term future plans, when you take over an administration or an office, one of the first things you want to know is where are you? And the way to do so is to take stock of what you're inheriting. So by taking stock prepares you for how you are going to engage the now and the future. So it's not like you just walk into a dark room and say, I mean, between the future and now, I have to choose between. No. You have to first understand the past. Then you'll be able to assess where you currently are, and then you'll be able to look into the future. So one of the things that are going to happen, and I'm glad John talks about it, is the issue of a comprehensive audit. Now, the transitional window is not a period where they're doing comprehensive audit to take full stock of everything that happened over the last 6 years, because the window is short. Now, in the US, for example, they have a specific commission responsible for presidential transition. That commission is fully functional. They have paid staff all through the year, all through is a commission established by law. Because transition is not just after election. Transition begins from the first day of an election year, the pre-election activity. That is why in the US, if you see, by the time the president is elected in November, he already have a list of over 100 persons who will already take over in January, because the transitional office is working on the nomination, Congress approval of his first set of nominees to begin work, all of the audits that should happen, all of the turnover notes. That office is responsible to collect all from across all sectors of government, so that the president, and that's why you saw, for example, on day one, Joe Biden was able to sign 17 executive orders, because those executive orders that he signed, were based on the information he had received from his transitional team. And that's what I wanted to see happen with us, so that by day one, Joe Biden will sign a long list of executive order based on the kind of information that the transitional team were provided to him. Now, Well, we're hoping that we're getting some information, though through other means, but the kind of cooperation we wanted, we're not getting that full cooperation. But we're getting information. Honestly, we're getting, and John can attest to that we're getting some information.
Thank you. I want to bring it to John. Yeah, go ahead, sir. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Let me just, before I get into a lot of trouble here, I come from a perspective, okay, that is blunt, forthright, and I was taught, okay, and this is fundamental for people to understand me. I was taught to cut my losses short and keep my profit rolling, okay. I quickly figured out whether something is going to work, it's not going to work. I cut my losses and run, okay. We call it pivot, okay. I pivot, okay. If it's not going to work, I can know it's not going to work, and I also got taught that's a finance language. Cut your losses short and keep your profit rolling. But in psychology 101, okay, I'm sure everybody knows psychology, you have to do that. The only thing I learned in psychology 101 is a terminology called escalation of commitment. You make a decision, say, I'm going to join the transition team. Even if it's going bad, you stay hoping that it will work because you are committed to that. So you keep putting resources and energy and time and energy trying to prove to yourself that this thing cannot fail. And sometimes people don't realize that, but we do that a whole lot. So when I say failure, people got to understand that's a complete business language. Failure is okay. It is very okay to fail and move on. If the failure particularly is not from you, you just pivot. But people shouldn't take my comment that, oh, he has failed, to run to everybody and say, John Molu said we are all not good. He condemned everybody. In business, I fail all the time and I pivot. And Liberians should learn, if you have an idea and you are engaging in activity and you can't succeed, don't keep forcing it. Because if you force it, you just take it all down a path of no return. So I think being able to measure when to cut your losses on something and run is important. And I think for now, at least I'm still trying along with you, Steve Johnson. But 2 weeks ago, I cut my losses on Joe Weir transition. But I'm staying in it, okay? But I've already in my heart believe that, okay, it's an exercise. I'll be part of it. But I don't think we're going to have the kind of quality result.
And Mr. Molu, what I'm taking from this, your plan, you have a plan as to, since this is a failure, you will get there and you guys do an inventory to see what you have, because you're not just saying, this George Weah government failed to work with you guys to be cooperative, but you have a plan, which I appreciate.
Yeah, and our plan include getting a third party like the GAC, the LACC, this institution to validate and stamp that this is what you actually inherited, and you can announce that.
Yes.
All right.
So we have a press conference regularly as well. We said.
Yes.
Yeah. So of course, the transition team should have a communications person who will on a weekly or maybe bi-weekly basis brief the librarian.
The transition team going to have the secretary on Thursday.
To have, or they already have that person.
I think they do, but I don't know.
No. They do not. They make
we have not heard from that person.
No, that's
some of the things I'm talking about. No, Steven, you can chew gum and still walk, but there's a third element to that. You need concentration, or else you end up biting your tongue.
All right. So let me say this right quick.
We need the administration to be focused when they are getting into that process. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, we got to move on very quick, folks. It is important for us to say, I'm not going to say anything about this transition team, but they had no media team, not one. I'll put a biblical term in it. Till later on, somebody beg Mo Ali and say, come on, Mo, and help us with the media. And that's the truth, because I'm telling you, So you see, Steven agree with me, because that's the truth. They beg Mo Ali. Mo Ali said, no, you know what? I'm leaving. I'm going to Ghana. I don't want to be part of it. They said, Mo Ali.
No, and I agree on the begging Mo Ali. I'm agreeing that there was no media. Person.
But wait, let me ask you. You said yes, and you cut yourself.
But you said 3 different things, so I only agree to one.
But let's just move on. I want to ask you though. You came hard. You blowing up my phone, John. The reason why you're here today, we'll go back to the other story about everything. We'll go back to the road funds and everything. I get all the counties. What is, as a matter of fact, should I do it now? No, let's talk about this first. This is October 31st, 2014. On the Ebola, you were questioning Tobo Yenswa.
They want, it'll be the first. I don't think it's this one is by a different auditor general.
I was coming from somewhere though.
Oh, okay. No, go ahead. I thought
because you were questioning on the Ebola and that of the 2008 on malaria. Or you want me to leave this one?
No, I thought that what you want to start on instead of coming.
Yeah, I was coming from somewhere because we got both audit 2008 and that of 2015. 2014, 2015. But you want me to start with this? I will start with this. So John, this is what actually, how you call him, Steven want me to start with, because, Steven said we should be very careful. Report of the Auditor General on the HRPC audit of the Ministry of Health and Social Welfare, John S. Molu, the second Auditor General, Republic of Liberia, Volume 1, Executive Summary. You have Volume 2, Executive Summary, Duty Report, and you have Volume 3, Social Welfare for the fiscal year ended 30 June, Volume 2, you came with something again. So all these different big volume of the encyclopedia, of the encyclopedia. John,
yes,
are you ready to discuss this issue in the absence of Tobo Yenswa?
No.
I want to just land on three things real quick. Since we've been reading this thing, it's a lot of information. But we came to 392. Some of these questions and recommendations. During my review of return check, I noticed 1,097,000, blank, blank, blank. We went back again to another 413, the number in this document. In an interview with the acting program manager, Mr. Tobo G. Yenswa, he indicated that distribution log was not maintained to account for the usage of fuel. We went back again. I mean, the names are there: Ruth, Tobo Yenswa, Joe Jones, and everybody. So my question to you, you want to get into it, or you want to give Tobo the chance to review it, come back, that you can have some very informed conversation?
Look, I tell you today, I think it's fair. I mean, there are about 3 reports I sent you. One is a 2007, 2006, 2007, 2007, 2008, and the Ebola. So you should just understand that. These reports were not on the table in Liberia legislature. They were tabled in the United Nations Security Council. They were tabled at the American government, because these were part of the requirement to get $4.9 billion for debt relief. So these were very high quality audits required by government. And that's the only reason why I was ever hired to do these audits. So I wanted for people to understand that these are, and if you read EU report, they call this audit very high quality. And I can say EU own expression of this report. And the Security Council of the United Nations also tabled these reports. I do not believe I should go into a one-on-one with any individual on other issue. I don't think it's fair to them, and I'm not a judge and a jury. But when somebody comes on and try to protect his image by denigrating people that are cared about in the General Auditing Commission, calling them you corrupt, you took bribe from Tobo Jala, which Tobo Jala, by the way, denied, and we are asking Tobo Jala to come here to publicly state whether the Deputy Auditor General took bribe or asked for a bribe, which is completely false. That angered me a little. And I thought that as an institutional person, I don't care who did the report, because I have read almost every GSE report when I left. So that's the first thing, Stanton, I want to point you with here. The second issue is there has been 3 Auditor Generals and 2 IT Auditor General since I left Liberia 12 years ago. I am not the only Auditor General of the Republic of Liberia. So I want to tell the Liberian public Now, every audit report you see is attributed to me. I am not GSC, and GSC is not me. But I have tried my best to stay on the anti-corruption front line for the past 26 years. So most people probably know me in the arena. I don't believe it's fair to Tobo Nyinsua to discuss the audit in his absence, because these are voluminous reports. I mean, he got it 5 hours. Even if I got those reports 3 days, I probably would need a lot of time to read them, digest them, understand them. My only concern is he was giving copy. If you read the audit report, it will tell you he was giving copy, he refused to respond. Or on this issue, he actually responded. Here are his responses. So you don't do audit and just go hand it out. You give people due process, the opportunity to address and clarify. And where you agree with them, you vacate that issue. So it's not John Modu doing audit report, GSC doing audit report and handing it to somebody. If you read the report very thoroughly, you will always see management respond. That means Tobo Nyinsua and the entire health ministry had an opportunity. So that report is voluminous because it needed a comprehensive report for the HIPAA relief. So it's on malaria control, it's on immunization, it's on a whole host of issues in the healthcare sector. But I don't believe Tobo Nyinsua, I should discuss the detail of the report in his absence. He said he wants to give it to his lawyers, he wants to give it to his financial advisor and accountant and auditors. I just want to tell Tobo, you had an opportunity to have read this report, to have answered them. But I can imagine it was 2010. That's probably a long time for him to remember all the details. The second issue that I think, Stanton, this is a much bigger issue, and I don't want to relate it to Tobo Nyinsua. Stephen just said documentation. You understand? Documentation. Don't give somebody an overtime pay when you don't have documentation to prove that somebody worked overtime. At least a simple time sheet written in Excel or on a piece of paper will suffice, right? But got some documentation. And if you read the report, throughout, there's people writing check in their names, taking millions of dollars to say they went to the countries to deliver, but there's no sheet to equate these payments. Whether they are true or not, as an auditor, I have no way to prove. I know you took the money, but I have no way to prove that you actually gave the money to the people that was intended. Instead, you will see that in the issue of travel, a minister will travel and they will write a check in the minister's name and the minister will go and distribute to the people. Now, when you go back to them and say, hey, did you receive the amount from the minister? Hey, I don't know, maybe I received some money, because they don't want to make the minister feel bad, but they don't know actually how much they receive. And Stanton, you can go through every report in Liberia. That's one issue. The other issue is they give money to businesses, right? So if you say Spoon Network did the work for the Minister of Finance, why can't you give the check to Spoon? Why you give it to Stephen Johnson and then Stephen Johnson in cash it, and then Stephen Johnson go and give cash to Spoon? And then when you ask Spoon, Spoon said, I didn't receive that much money for Stephen Johnson. Now, Stephen Johnson will be held responsible for that money because Stephen Johnson, the one that took the money. And you will see that Stanton throughout Tobo Nyinsua history. And even with the Ebola fund, yesterday he said, it was a crisis, right? It was a crisis. It was a crisis. So therefore, there was no need to keep documentation to win Ebola. But in 2008, 2007, there was no Ebola. And your state had the same practice. And if you read the $25 million map up, you see that also happening, where people say, I didn't receive some of that 25 million, but the guy said he gave me part of that 25 million. I did not receive it. So I think, Stanton, two things is happening in Liberia. And from the day I entered Liberia, I was insisting, even if you got to write something on a piece of paper for somebody to sign, just say, I received $2 from you, and then somebody signed it. But in the absence of that, as an auditor, how do I prove to the Liberian people that the money was actually given to somebody? And that's the problem we have. They will say, oh, I spent the money, but man, I don't know whether you spent the money or not. That's not the issue. The issue is you took the money, you can't prove that you spent it for the intended purpose. And Stanton is a huge problem. And if you look through some of my audit report, and I can give you another one, you can go and drag it out. This guy gave money, $500,000, Ministry of Education, to print curriculum for the school. You know who they get that money to? To somebody on Tupo Road Johnson selling farina. No, the person don't even have a computer. They have no printing press. And then we had to go there with the journalists to take a picture of the guy who allegedly received $500,000 to print books for children in school. And he said, I didn't receive the money. Quote unquote, the Nigerian lady received the money. And guess what? When we track her down, she was gone. Disappeared. Boom. So I don't want to discuss the detail of line by line, but I want you guys to take away the bigger picture of people writing checks in their name, millions of dollars, and they can't account for it. People giving checks to institutions that don't exist by law. You find out throughout the audit report, and it's been going on forever, I'm sure. But at least during my time and during the current period of the current Auditor General, I see a lot of report. It almost like nothing has changed. Okay, and Stanton, I can find you. I think I still have that report the European Union gave me. You know, back in 1997, the American government hired Riches, Nathan and Riches, right? An economic firm in Georgetown. You remember that? Nathan and Riches went to Liberia in 1987, not 97, 87. And Nathan and Riches documented the same thing that almost like 20 years later, I was writing the same report. No documentation for the expenses, no reconciliation, no town sheet. I mean, the list go on and on and on. And I took that report to President Seli. I said, you see, I am just writing the same thing that was written back in 1987, and nothing seems to have changed. That's the unfortunate part. So, Stanton, I will rest. I don't think I should go into details.
Yeah.
On why he's
so my issue is that I beg you. Thank you. We hope Dr. Tobo Yenswa is listening to you because he's texting me. But we hope that we can, find a time after he review and send it to his lawyer and his accounting advisors to come on the show and discuss the issue. But did you just say that Double Jala denied Tobo Yenswa's statement?
I take accountability seriously. And for some reason, GAC is always tied to me. So if somebody accused and say John Molu should not put his neck on the line for so-and-so, it's John Molu's name that he's just mentioned. When Tobo Yenswa said I shouldn't put my name on the line, a lot of people start testing me. Oh, your people take bribe. So I went right back to GAC. I said, what the heck is going on? I wasn't there in 2014, 2015. I think that report was 2016. I was gone. But at the end of the day, my name had been tied to somebody at the GAC. And I said, you better get to Tobo Yenswa right now. Get to Tobo Yenswa, verify, and let Tobo Yenswa come on Spoon to deny or confirm. Because it's a reputational issue. And people are trying everywhere to throw mud at people. So Tobo Yenswa told him, according to Winsley, that why he like to come on Spoon, he's afraid of the media. And Tobo Jala. So I'm going to impress on Tobo Jala. I'll try to call him tomorrow. And I think he needs to come to either confirm or deny what Tobo Yenswa said.
But I know Stephen want to come in. Do I want to come in, Prince and Dr. Richardson? Why now, John? Why after 17 years you bringing this up?
Why after 17 years?
Yeah.
I just brought a whole host of issues. Why after 6 years I bring out 12 issue about $3 million? Why after 12 years I'm bringing stuff about a $500,000 education fund? You see, the issue of corruption and impunity, people should be able to go and clear their names. Okay, if somebody accuses you, we're not auditing the Ellen government, but if your needs surface somewhere and they have issue, think about what just happened in Liberia. Okay, with the tanker blast, and everybody's out here on Spoon trying to raise money. Why is our health sector not working? So, in the midst of all of that, he's on Spoon, boasting about all your accomplishment, blah, 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 blah. And I think people need to know, all of us, including me, if somebody has something on me, put it out there, I'll come and Spoon and immediately and defend myself or clear my name. So, Stanton, to answer your question, I am not picking on one person. And I can discuss with you all day different type of report. What I try to do in every discussion is to highlight the big issues. The issue of why are you writing check in your name? And how do we account for that? Particularly if it's in millions.
You talk to Ruth, and the guy want to come in, they will get mad at me, but I will ask you, Ruth, that was mentioned on receiving the 1,097,000, went to the bank, cashed the check, let Samuel 12 put it in her bag and start giving people a paycheck on the street. Have you spoken to her since?
No, I haven't. It's been long. I haven't spoken to her. She was giving copy of they were giving copy of the audit report to respond. And as far as I'm concerned, they had the opportunity to respond and they were giving.
And they didn't. And they did it?
Yeah. In some cases, they responded, but that particular one, they didn't.
Wow. Stephen.
Yeah, and thank you, John. Very good points. I was sent to share with me the report, and to be honest, my first time reading some of those other reports, especially the one you signed. And so I just did some quick dry runs through it, and I was hoping that Toba will be here so that we can have a conversation. But it's good that you're deferring that to a point when he's available so that we can have that kind of conversation. So I would not want to delve into the specific of that report. I would just look at something from a global perspective. In my experience, I've worked for the government of Liberia for a total of 4 years in my entire life, 4 years. In my experience, one of the biggest sources of public corruption in Liberia is the issue of procurement. And you see officials, ministers, directors, everybody getting involved in the procurement process because it is the source of most of the public corruption, because it is what they call the lucrative area in government. John, I want you, how can we create a procurement process in Liberia that will be that you find the minister, all of the recruiting themselves for that kind of process? Because, for instance, when you talk about giving government contracts out, you find out that the minister is involved. You talk about procuring high-end goods and services, you see officials involved, and because it is the source. How can we fix a system in a way where it recruits the top level people from getting directly involved in procurement processes?
Okay, so if you have the time to go through some of my reports, okay, one of the consistent recommendations that you will find consistent throughout the report was this whole idea. I was shocked, right? I mean, I have worked in government for 4 years like you. So Liberian government was my first intervention in the public sector. Okay. So I was shocked that the law that established a PPCC, think about that, and the regulation thereafter, make the minister the chairman of the procurement committee. You ask all the ministers, ask President Ellen Johnson Sirleaf. I went in every other report, even the IMF, I said this is wrong. Because the minister is supposed to represent the integrity, the highest level of integrity in the institution. If he signs and he's part of the procurement process and something goes wrong, the entire institution collapses. So I made that recommendation over and over to the cabinet. Nobody took me on. And read every other report I did. It's consistent, recommending that we need to have a contracting officer like we have in the US. These are professionals that do recruitment. They're not, procurement, right? They can be fired easily. They're civil servants, and they do that. And I recommend that we need to make procurement people also protected. Maybe give them a contract like we do with the CFOs and the contracting officers in the US. Give them a 5-year contract and insulate them from the political decision making. Because my fear was, once you have the minister, the politician, because a minister, a political appointee is a politician. If you appoint me today as a minister, I'm a politician, right? I mean, you can't really separate the politics from the position. Once you have a political person in procurement, you know what that does? It denies me, John Moru, from going into George Weah administration and trying to do work in Liberia because Samuel Tuer doesn't like me. He's going to kill my business because he's head of the procurement. I won't get anywhere from Willie because he's going to kill my business. He's a politician. But if it was civil servant or a contractor person or within a predefined term of reference with contract that expires maybe every 5 years, we do that in the U.S. to insulate these people for political influences. But here's what I said to all the ministers in Liberia. And you talk to them one by one, they can attest. I say your refusal to take this recommendation, you are putting yourself at a reputational risk. Pure and simple. So it was in their best interest to get away from being the budget person in the ministry, from being the procurement person in the ministry, from being the HR person in the ministry. Everything is the minister or the head of the agency. There's no separation between political affairs or political manipulation or political operation from government operation. So civil servants and politicians, they are one anything, almost indistinguishable. So that's a very good point that you brought up, but it's not just in procurement, it's in budget and finance. It's even approving allowances. The minister approve what allowance you get. And you know that if you work in government and the minister didn't like you, you're not going to get allowance. Because allowance was 100% minister discretion. And I argue against that. I went to the gender ministry to fight alongside with me to make sure allowances were actually defined. If Stephen Johnson got a job and his allowance was $300, nobody should take that away from him. No minister should do that. But if the minister decide on discretion what they gave you at the end of the month for allowance, and I knew deputy ministers that couldn't even get a car, that couldn't get allowance because they couldn't get along with the ministers. So I'm sure a lot of Liberians that work in government, they know the trick, they know the deal, right? So it's a system that protects the guy at the top, completely protect the guy at the top. But that guy at the top or that woman at the top doesn't also realize it put them at a reputational risk.
I don't think they care about that because there is no consequence to that. But look, Stephen, to answer your question about how can we address the procurement issue, it's a very simple solution to that problem. It's been addressed countless times across the globe. Look, have a one-source operation. Why does any minister in the country even buy anything for the office? Why are they even touching money? Most of the organizations you work here for, we work here for, you never see any money, but they get every supply they want in the offices because it's coming from one source. And the government should set a standard. But you get finance ministry buying a different computer, the other person buying a different computer. There should be uniformity across government. But Honorable Molu, I want to say this to you, though. You did say something that I want to stress a little bit more. People are writing checks in other people's name. I don't like to be nuanced about anything for me. I don't find euphemistic ways to describe things. It's intentional. They don't care about reputational damage because nothing become of it. The intention is to steal. The intention is to steal. I ran my operation in Liberia for about 10 years. I had these tanker trucks in the country. And government officials will reach out to me. They want a red check to me in my name from the government, $100,000 check. And then I go cash the check, and then I give them the money back, but it will show that Dwalu Group actually received a check of $100,000. This is very common. When you refuse, you get no contract.
That's money laundering over there.
When you refuse, you get no contract. And this was something constant. I said, listen, I am not here for this. I want my process to be going the way I want it to go. Oh, that's development for America, enough. The system is so rotten. It's so rotten. If we don't take a hammer to it, nothing is going to change. Look, I tell people every single day, if you're not willing to quit when you're working in government and nonsense is going on, you are also facilitating the process. You have to be vocal about, look, our people are dying. When I say this, don't tell that. Look at the country. And you get one man in that country, take a procurement check for $250,000 and say, I'll print some documents for it. No substantiation of any kind. You don't need a degree in accounting to understand this basic tracking mechanism that it should be employing every ministry. How can somebody run a ministry and there is no tracking? You can write your own check for wetting. For wetting. I still don't get it. Instead, before I give it to you, I ran an operation, $23 million. I have not seen a check one single day. Whatever I want to get, I track the budget, I send it back to them. You don't see the money. In Liberia, all the government feel they got money in their hand that belongs to the government. And we won't change. It's not going to happen because there is no consequence. That's the first thing I think you want to come in.
Yeah, I was going to add, and something I remember Stephen saying here was, can we kind of have a preventative measure before it gets to the place where these officials or ministers are, involved in money problem? Can we, I don't know if it's a matter of training them or either having a checklist, those who are involved in getting NGO money, these are your checklists, because I like everybody said, I got the report a little late, and so I just went through it. I saw the lack of ignorance of the simple thing like the tax code of Liberia. And then I put myself in that position and said, if I was heading an organization, I don't know the tax code, honestly, but I do know something as simple as someone receiving an honorarium needs to be paid. You got to pay the money because it was a paycheck to you. I believe that, just from living in this country, that you have to pay tax on that money. And of course, I've been doing a lot of presentations. That's how I learned that. But I think there has to be some kind of checklist, for these people that accept money or involved in this kind of grant writing process or some kind of training. I was very alarmed in the report that to learn that they couldn't buy X-ray machines because there was one radiologist.
Yeah, that's a funny one. Yes, that was a good one.
Just stop reading after that, Mr. Molu. I stopped reading all of that because that was such a simple problem to solve, to stop a whole result of malaria project because you can't X-ray or to find out if malaria is in somebody. It was just mind-boggling to me. So today, what I did, I called a school, Mr. Malu, and I asked them, how much does it cost for someone to go through an X-ray technician training? And they told me if you want a certificate, anywhere from $5,000 to $10,000, you'll be done in a year. And you see where my brain going, why can't we do this? And it said, if you go for a 2-year training, anywhere from $10,000 to $20,000. And I'm like, so we actually put Liberia on hold. We people probably die because of medicine, because of malaria, because we couldn't think outside of the box to say we can train some X-ray team. And this is in this country. I can't imagine if you're training X-ray technician locally. Okay, it probably is cheaper. Or could we bring those people into our country while our people are getting trained and offer them a little bit of, stipend or incentive for them to be in the country? Or could we open our own school in the country? I mean, there's all these possibilities that I have going. But people couldn't think outside of the box, and that I was bewildered by that.
Dr. Francine, did you read my? I think that was okay. So one of the ways that we wrote a report. If Stevie, I'm so surprised you haven't read these reports, right? We wrote this report for also the stupid value, right? So that people can see how people actually respond. And I was shocked when I received that letter with an argument that we bought an X-ray. It's sitting there by the generator room. And the reason we can't use it, because there's only one radiologist. And in fact, the president of Liberia sent that radiologist to be deputy minister at transport. Oh. Okay, read it. And so I was like, okay, so my response to the minister was, I agree with you. I talked to the president about this, and the president said, what kind of nonsense you're talking here? And now we can get into all of that. But here was my classic response. Okay, granted. This is 2 years later. How many radiologists have you trained since? There was no response to that one.
Now, how many do you have in the country?
Let me come in very quick. I want to show you something. Master, go ahead. Then I can.
Well, Stanton,
you got to leave. I want to show you something before you leave. It's important. You're close on that. I'm backing you. So, Master, real quick.
This question is for Honorable Malu. You spoke directly to Stephen Johnson's question, which to me talk about the bolts and nuts of the things that are happening within the government, right? Some of the things that were happening within the government that led to corruption, and he pointed those things out and the recommendations thereof. I never heard you spoke about the public buy-in in terms of the anti-corruption program that was set up, because as much as corruption is happening within the government, the public become the product of everything else is happening. what do you think would be the best way we can create a public buy-in to anti-corruption programs that can desensitize Liberians to the level of corruption that they too are indirectly being exposed to?
Okay, I think that's a good point. I think on our end, okay, I was hired, giving money to do audit, but also giving a lot of money to publish and deliver the audit in the villages by the European Union. Okay. Through Dr. Amos Sawyer, the late Dr. Amos Sawyer, in his anti-corruption report, also suggested, and I think that one of the major requirements for the anti-corruption to go into the schools and the colleges to begin to intervene at that level. I think if you read the anti-corruption law that later came after all of this report, that was one of conscientizing the population and intervening at a very early stage. Okay, but for me as Auditor General, that was in my mandate. I was hired to produce the HEPE audits. Liberia needed to get through HEPE, and I was under a lot of pressure. I think if you can remember, people were in the street demonstrating against me that I did not finish these audits on time. And I had to produce quality audit because they were also going to be going to IMF and World Bank and the United Nations and all the big international institutions. And the only money the only thing that was in my contract, publish this report, publish it timely, and disseminate it all across Liberia. And I think we did that. But yes, Prince, your recommendation is actually now the function, I think part of the function of the Anti-Corruption Commission.
Thank you. So, John, I went in the back. I will not ask my question to John. You will leave.
Sorry. I was just going to say, I think Mr. Walu should come back, even though Mr. Tolbert Yensua is not here. But this report, they got to be discussed in the public. I mean, even though it's been years, we should go through them. There's a lot in them that Liberians need to know.
It is. It's so big, and you see, thank God for you, Modu. I don't know. You get it here and the hand to write. It's big, man. I don't know how you manage this thing, but that's what you went to school for. But let me bring this to your attention, John. We receive a lot of information from the National Road Fund and public work. You know, the work together.
Yeah.
John, part of the document we receive is huge. It's something that will shake the nation. I'm going through them. I'm sharing them with the panelists. Companies, folks, I'm going to start posting it little by little, but I want to hear from you, John. You see the company name, you see the county, giving people job to face the road, to clean the drainage system. Look at the amount of money. But we follow up on these things, John.
Yes.
Even up to present. These people are awarding themselves contracts, and you see nobody facing anything.
No.
You go back to 2021, you go back to 2020, you are not seeing anything. Every county, the entire 15 county, John, I will send it to you from the Road Fund. Ruth Coker Collins from Public Work. Her husband, who is now representative elect, have a relationship with one of these companies. We received the entire document that this man received the company received almost $300,000. It was 400. We have to document. On the 400, just to start from the back, they gave the man 60% of the money. That company. It's not an allegation because we get the document.
Wow.
And every time the thing is approved, Josita Winter Nouvelle, or Josita Nouvelle Winter, whatever her name is, who is all of the country on maternity leave, because it is approved by Ruth Coker, she approved it, Josita approved it, Samuel Tway is in the know. We have all these documents. Monserrato, rehabilitation, May 29, 2020, there was nothing. People going back. A full document, 90,000 to solid rock, cement, and street. Jupiter Construction, 141,000. This company called SSF, Because of the interest of Samuel Twelve, Samira Wodukori, Ruth Coker Collins, within this Lebanese company, SSF Entrepreneur, they received the highest amount. Maintenance $163,000. In every county, Montserrat, Magibby, Lofa. But the complaint from the report, the final report in which I will share, nobody know what kind of work the people do, Duadu. Nobody know what kind of work that was performed.
Me, I know.
And when I received the information today, and I went through them, the conclusion of these things, we are talking about over 65 million United States dollars. All these guys and John. Well, John, this is what you're good at. We can only report this thing for Liberian to see. Steven Johnson, for example, he won money. He agreed to get 25% back. He created a company. He will create his own company. And when he created his company, guess what happened? Like this one. This is Ruth Coker Collins, husband company that he's associated with. Contract for consulting services.
Imagine.
I have the entire document. August 2023. They called it the Belco Group Incorporated. You know, somebody tell me, I said, Stanton, why is somebody writing in favor of Ruth Coker on you? I said, because of the document I have in my possession, they try to go the way they're going. But folks, John, before you leave us, help Liberian. Liberian needs you, John. Seriously, don't get mad.
Yeah.
I beg you, don't get mad. Quality assurance and review of all roads projects funded through the National Road Fund Office for the period under review. It's right here. BLE, Blico Group Incorporated. They signed this thing. They gave the man the first 60% during 2 months to the election for the man to run his campaign. They gave the company the first 60%. $200 and some more $1,000, and the people ain't do nothing. The company didn't do a damn thing. Excuse my French. We have the document. We have the check stuff. We have everything. But talk to us, John, and you can depart. I mean, I just want to share this with you. It's
thank you, Stanton. I'm glad you are taking interest in these reports. For some of us, this is not a surprise, right? Even I'm not Auditor General, I read practically every report they write or every other special report that's done by somebody else. And when you read these things, if you can't get angry and be writing the way I do, I don't know how you sleep at night. But one of the things I want you to realize here, Stanton, this is a cesspool of corruption, not only by the executive, but members of the legislature. Several of them own construction companies. And we, like Dr. Francis said, I can come back here, we can go back to 2005 and go through public work report. I made a list. I made a really long list, Stanton, and gave it to a minister that was coming in. I said, here are all the companies that have reported the Liberian government. That minister take that list and send it to just the minister. So the Auditor General says these people should be barred. I mean, if you do that in the US or World Bank project, you are barred for like 10 years. You can't do business. I said, these people should be barred for ever doing business. They sent it to the Justice Minister. The Justice Minister agreed. Stanton, you see that company you said, SFS? That was on the list. Stanton, when I left as Auditor General, all the minister, all the list that was sent to Justice Ministry, they went back and did business with all of them. And I will tell you before I leave a little story. Instead of you're showing all of this, if you go back in every report, you're going to find that. But don't focus on public work alone. Can you look at LACE? Liberia Economic Empowerment LACE, LACE. Okay? Write this down. That's probably the pepper bush. Just as big as public works. Look at LACE reports. So you got politicians owning construction company in their pockets. You got legislatures owning construction companies. Nothing is going to get built, Stanton. And the quality of the road is never going to happen. On the 27th, and now if you look at the public works report for 2006, 2007, I don't mean to go all the way back there. A minister, Losini Donzo, maybe he will come on Spoon again. I like to call names. He will probably come on Spoon.
I remember the case.
Okay. Yeah. I bought his glasses. He myself was neighbor in Virginia. I took his glasses to him. He wears a nice glass, and I did an audit of Losini Donzo. On April 27, 2007, they signed a contract, construction contract, to the tune of almost 30 million, I believe, from different projects. On April 28, certificate of completion issue. Within 1 day starting the contract, a certificate of completion issue, the money is disbursed. It's in the audit report. And when I raised the issue, he was removed and became what? Special advisor to the president for infrastructure. Do you remember that?
The Charlatan back row. That back row.
Yeah. But you remember that he was removed and made. So Stanton, if you read all the other report, I think you won't go to sleep. You'll be angry, and people will get very angry. But I don't believe we will ever be able to build roads when everybody have construction company in their backyard and they don't even have equipment. Some of the audit that we did, how can you get a $2 million road construction, but you don't even have equipment? How you gonna do the job? But they still got a contract, Stanton. You can go to county development fund, legislative development fund, and I think if Joe Parker is concerned about roads, so you got to look at roads as an important, and there were a lot of people eat. And we who live in America, we also know there's a special audit unit just for transportation and road construction in America. There's even special audit guideline just for them because corruption happens in transportation and roads everywhere. And think about a country like Liberia, that's even worse.
Yeah, so to say to you, you talking about this company, folks, the only reason why I'm pointing this company up, they're the Black company, is because they have a relationship with Ruth Coker Collins' husband. Okay, they have a relationship. They were what I have the whole document. Now, when it came into being, just how you said, John, look at one of these guys and say, okay, September 20, 2023, the man got his certificate.
Yeah.
Is that Musa Dean's signature there?
Remember, I do my own about. So you see, 1 month to election. 1 month to election. And I want people to just take note because it is important. You brought it to my attention. I have all the documents. In witness whereof the parties have yet to set their hands and affix their signature on the date and date indicated below, thereby executing this contract. 1 month to election, the man needed election money. Election was October 10.
Mm-hmm.
Not even 1 month. This is September 20th. They signed it in the presence of, for the crime, Mistress Josita Newell Winton, Row Fund. August 18, she signed her own first. August 18, Mr. Sebastian Collins, Managing Director for Blacko. Sebastian Collins is a relative to Ruth Coker Collins, related to her husband. And I had him, the money went through. So when we come there to say we have documents, and you got some nonsense guys running to take the $10, $20 and say we lie, yes, the document. And tomorrow I will publish the amount, the receipt, and everything that the people have come to destroy Liberia and to destroy Liberia very fast. So I'm not just going to sit over here. You have Honorable Samuel Detour, of course, his son, and you have Musa Dean. They gave the man 60% up front without even putting anything on the ground. And you know the person that running the affairs of this company right now, the guy is in Senegal. He's in Senegal. He's not even in Liberia. And people say, well, Senator, how you got a document? It's because you don't want to piss some of us up. And because we have this document, if you do those things, we'll come and reveal to the Liberian people because it's the best thing to do. So I must appreciate you, John. I must appreciate you. Joseph Yima Braga get a very tough road ahead. The Bible says in Isaiah 35:8, there will be a highway called the road of holiness, and no fools will travel. Under the Joseph Yima Braga government, I hope no fools travel on our highway. For the sake of the Liberian people, I hope. If you've been doing your swagger on the side, let it be. Be straight now. Help the Liberian people. The amount of money, John, my last statement to you before you leave, my brother. That SSF guy you talk about is a Lebanese company.
They've been
They
around.
may have 25% going to Simon Tware, the allegation going to Ruth Coker. So they gave him and Josita. So they gave him all the money. All the money they gave it to him. All the contract they give it to him. Look at how many contract the man get here. Lofa, Nimba, Monserrato. You can name them. 143,000, 247,000, 243,000, 35,000. Let's go down the line and name it 163,000. And this guy is not operating on Jack. 248,000. Oh, come on, John. Why are you sitting there, John? You're allowing these things to happen.
I'm not there, man. Stand up. Okay, so let me close on this. Exactly. I can't do nothing. I got no power. We can just, but the power we have, and the number one way to fight corruption is to expose corruption. There's no secret cows. It's a public document, public money. Even the United States CIA, right? Even the US CIA get audited. Even the CIA, they audit them. I mean, there's certain secrets you can't pull out, but we audit them. So you can't say taxpayer money is secret, blah, blah, blah. Go on US government website, you see all the audit report there. But Stanton, here's what I want to tell you. Right now, the finance ministry can never put together their financial statement for this year, 2023. You know why? They are struggling. They are infighting. We'll call it Controller General, Summit Tware. All of them are infighting. Because you know what they did? Stuff like this. They thought they were going to win re-election. It was going to be an easy ride. And they spent all this money through all kind of bogus means. Instead of, it won't take a few minutes to actually tell you who own these companies.
Let's do it.
All right, you give me that tomorrow. I can tell you, basically, I got enough people in Liberia. We got a battalion. They will find this list. And
No,
they will
let me do it.
They will not be able to. And I can tell you, the whole finance minister can come and debate me on this. They will never be able to put together a financial statement for 2023. They will not be able to and justify it. And the Controller General, he's not going to put his signature on it. They want to leave it for us to do it, which is okay. But that gave us the opportunity.
I mean, I'm sorry to interrupt you. I know you're doing your closing. We've just put the information out there. Everybody gave me all the owner for this company. So you're right. Desire Construction is owned by Thomas Farad.
Yeah, of course.
Let's see how much money they get Thomas Farad. The SSF, the owner is West African Construction Company, the Lebanese guy. So we're going to share this. John, let me share it with you. And I'll help us. Let's help Liberian people tonight. Because we have everything up to present. Today, I can announce, today, they're fighting to clear some money, John.
Yes.
They took it to George Warehouse. As per his communication, it got to be approved by George Weah. We have that document, the amount, over $200,000. They took it to George Warehouse today for him to approve it for them to get that money.
By the way, I don't know whether you have this, but locally, for some reason, I don't know why he did it. He took the communication from the legislature, asking them for, hey man, you guys go by where our money. And he put it on his WhatsApp updates. I don't know why he did it. I quickly downloaded it.
Delusion. It's called delusion.
I was saying it to you, I quickly downloaded it. So I don't know why he put it on his WhatsApp update. He actually put it there. Maybe he was trying to expose the legislature. I don't know, but he put it on his WhatsApp.
Maybe an error, you know.
I don't know, my man. But Stanton, thank you for having me, guys. And it's always a pleasure to be here. And if you read everything about Liberia, it's going to be frustration for you. If you go to Lands and Mines and you see the people that own all the mines and the interplay between government, officials, legislatures, and they Liberians are, this is what I say, right? Liberians are bold in their corruption. They don't know how to hide it. Honestly, they just don't know how to hide it. I mean, they will actually affix their signature to things. They will document themselves through processes. And because they believe in impunity, they don't think they will ever be punished. I think that's the boldness of our Liberians, right? They will actually write Stanton on the voucher. Say, we got to go bribe for all to get our voucher from finance ministry. And they will write that as a justification on the voucher. Think about that. As a justification. So because it's impunity, right? I don't think anybody ever think they can get punished. And unless President-elect Joe Boakai can put his foot down, I can't see how he's going to build out a road to Menekoma or what the Liberian highways they want to build. How are you going to do that when everybody got a construction in their bag? Legislature, government officials. And by the way, Stanton, these guys are not going to leave and leave their construction behind. They're going to leave and figure out a way to come right back into the government to continue. And these companies will go from one agency to another. I can map out and cross-reference some of these companies that were sent to Justice Ministry and they were right back again doing business with the same very minister that said they shouldn't do business with them. I don't know why, but
can you send me your email address, folks? If you want to have it in my email, it's just hard to get on the WhatsApp. I will share with you guys once I have your email. Thank you very much, John. It's good as always to see you. We appreciate you, my brother. Have a good night.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah.
It's incredible. It's incredible. It's incredible that PEPs have become UBOs in Liberia. If you don't know what PE is, politically exposed individuals have become ultimate beneficial owners in Liberia, which is a major problem in anti-money laundering.
But
major problem.
Prince, let's welcome our sister. Though you acting like you're not seeing her, but I will still recognize her. Fatima.
Hello.
Hello, yeah.
Hello, yeah, Fatima. No matter, man.
Fatima enjoying herself when she's in Florida now for Aspen.
Exactly. Exactly. You said on your network, you said Fatima having fun.
I see Richardson has some beats on the other day. I said, Dr. Richardson, you ain't leaving me behind in 2020.
That's right. You're looking good. You're looking awesome. Awesome.
Are you on vacation, right?
Yes, CEO.
Siri, bring me back on track, Siri. Siri, bring me back on track. I bet you that I won't do that. I won't do duality. But no, seriously, folks, let's get back to the conversation. Let's get back to the conversation. Duadu, man, let's close. I got to go to Bible study. I get but just 4 more minutes. I really have to close. Yeah, my wife said I knew. Yeah, I cannot miss Bible study. So let me do my close here and I leave over here because I cannot miss Bible study. I must leave from here to go there. I want to say this to everybody. Indeed, when we report a story, it's just not a joke. We'll come and laugh here and there. Man. But what I have in my possession, this is small. You see nothing yet. You see nothing yet.
We have a problem in
Liberia. Been giving and been receiving. You see, they say Bon County, emergency, May 4, 2021. Look at everything, 8.1 kilometer. Like feeder road. And you usually hear them talk about feeder road.
Mm-hmm.
That the money when they talk about feeder road. They put nobody. No one person was there sweeping.
Pyro medicine.
Pyro medicine was the worst in the history of Africa.
It was a financial revolving door. It's complete.
Medicine for pyro.
Wow.
Yeah. So if you look at this concrete, sidewalk, urban, West Africa construction, you heard who owned the West Africa construction. They created their own 3-4 different company, giving somebody $399,000 for doing jack and say rehabilitation.
Wow.
We have the receipt. You see, the reason why Mobutu How do you call the man die? May his soul rest in peace. Popular work former minister, what's his name? Mabutu Yimpang, right?
Yeah, Mabutu Yimpang.
When this money thing was happening, it was crazy, folks. I get bad story that I want to share with you tomorrow. Join us tomorrow. I get some conversation then that will hit you and hit you real hard. We need to discuss it. Our country is in a bad place. The ministers, the director, they are all related. The father name is United States Others. It's very, very serious how they looted our country and they continue to loot. May God bless you. Please join us tomorrow. We're going to be having tomorrow Sereno Siman-Sifos, former Solicitor General. He will be our guest tomorrow to discuss the Musa Din issue, as he said, to discuss the Samara Water Quality issue, as he said, and we'll also talk about this misappropriation of public funds through road fund and public work. We'll give you more information on it tomorrow. I also want to end by saying it is true that Unity Party filed a writ of prohibition, and they will be appearing in front of the full bench on Monday to discuss the issue. Whether Musa Din will go through or not, we'll wait and see. Let God bless you, my people, and let's just remember our dear country. You'll have a good night from my end.
Thank you, man. Yeah. Before we go to my sister Fatima, who has to talk, I gotta say this. For many years, we cannot industrialize, but we can loot the country on an industrial scale. That's what we've done to us. For all we guilty of this, and I'm very guilty of this. I would say, hey, I'll let government be there. I don't want to talk about government thing, because when you think about it. But sometimes, about 2 years ago, I started reading some of these other reports, and I realized, and I think Plato said this best. He said, listen, if the best and brightest amongst you refuse to partake in government, you will be ruled by your inferior. That's what happened in Liberia today. We stay aside. Look at how these boys behave as though this is their personal accounts. And you see the money just going. Look, we got to get involved. All of us got to change our mind and say, you know what, we got to get involved in this aggressively, because or else we'll have no country. These men, these children, men child in the president, they don't care about this country. I mean, how much money does one man need? We are all going to die and leave this stuff behind. Yet and still, we just take from clinics and schools and hospitals and everything. Roll, and you use government vehicles. Then, when you leave government, the money runs out, and then you complain. You go into the legislature, use the people's money against them. We all got to get involved. I would no longer say in my life that I'm not going to get involved in government. I refuse to say that, because this cannot be us. They'll say, this is how Liberia look here. It does not exclude me. I can talk for an hour on this topic. Red won't make me cry. They say, be making cry, but they think in here. Fatima, I was saying it to you before I cry.
Opa, you can cry all the time, so not bad. But anyway, Happy New Year to all of the panelists. Dr. Francine, I saw you stepping into the new year in your beast. I said, what? Nah. I gotta be like that.
I love it. I love those bees. Don't be surprised if I can't get it, okay?
No problem, Dr. Francine. No way. But I was listening to you guys talking, and I mean, Dwalu, this has been like recycled news. This is nothing new. I think you've seen Liberia, the politicians, all they've been doing, the people that were in go. And the meeting, they were saying, oh, yeah, I want to do your one kind, you people, oh, yeah, I want to do your one kind, do the same thing because you're sis, yeah, you ain't got no money. But the fact is that they took our country's resources, they utilized it for their own selfish gains. Our people did not benefit anything. I'm telling you, the saddest thing was I have an aunt who served in government before, and the last 6 years she just been doing her own thing, but that lady never asked for anything. And when I went to Liberia, she told me, she said, Fatu, it's tough this now. It's tough. Like, it made me, I went in my room and I sat there and I cried, because I said to myself, this woman never complains. All her life, she worked so hard, took care of all of us. And she was complaining that things were rough. That's how, if you did not agree to wear the beret or did not identify with them. They sidelined you. Your business was marked with a scarlet letter. They made sure you did not get anything, nothing at all. And so our people are living in abject poverty. I'm just happy that, the likes of, the bright minds will come out now and say, let's serve our nation, and we will welcome accountability. This government, do you know that one of them actually told me when I went, the time I decided to fully support our newly elected president, I went and spoke to them, and he told me, he said, Fatu, there are a lot of directors and assistant minister positions and assistant director position that we never fill because we didn't want the UP people in the government. Can you imagine that? So they let lot of government positions run wild because they didn't want people. They didn't want accountability because the people would check them. They would say, this is not right. This is wrong. Where is this money going? Where is that money going? They just wanted yes sir people. So that's what they wanted. And now, I think God has something to do with it, Dr. Francis. God knew that Liberia needed to be saved and brought brilliant minds together for us to fight for this one cause to rescue our nation. And now that the rescue nation has really been put together, I think the next crew need to understand, if you're coming to serve, you're coming to serve. You're not looking to enrich yourself. You're looking to work for the Liberian people, and you're going to be honest, and you're going to open the door to accountability. And if you're not, we're going to hold you accountable. Now, what's my other big mouth? We can just target. We'll talk with you all day. We'll expose you. Anything that first thing will be checking your inbox because I'll be the number one guy. I will be the number one piece of body. The election will be the number one piece of body when it comes to anybody that's stealing. As soon as I hear him, and I fact check it one or two, and I see it, you will be exposed. Yeah. Liberia first, Liberia last. We're not letting our country be the bad sheep for the whole of Africa. I mean, the oldest republic, and we have nothing to show for it. We got brilliant minds, people that want to serve, and we're just sitting there letting the roll tiffy there, steal it, and they will tell you violent Jackie by force. No more violent Jackie by force. We're going to work hard.
All right, Fatima. Other Francine, the thing is, look, if we face the system, all we eat and be comfortable. Dr. Francine, I'll give it to you.
I can't help but think that, sometimes my pastor always says the devil comes to steal, kill, and destroy. That's exactly what this government and others did to Liberia. When you read the reports, I was up late. I usually work late at night, doing my work because I'm here on Spoon. And I was going through the report last night, and I was just shocked. We talk about millions and millions of dollars here that came into Liberia, and we got nothing to show for it. We got nothing. Can you imagine? We don't even have a fitting hospital to show for it. And it just, I was so broken down that I understand when Mr. Malu said that if you read those reports and understand what is going on in Liberia, how would you not get upset? How would you not get upset? We have to do better, because this thing you talked about, Dwalu, called vulnerability, it affects, we all are vulnerable, no matter where we are, whether on this side of the world or the other side of the world. Once we are complacent with corruption, it affects our healthcare. We talked about this earlier, Dwalu. People will die from us. We can't control that. Okay, that's something that we can have all the resources in the world, and if it's not the right timing for them to be taken to the next country where some people can afford to do, our people will die right in Liberia.
Yep.
Okay. Meanwhile, people like Thomas Fala, I will call his name, who owns a construction company and others, because he's not the only.
Pluralize it. You probably own several.
And others, they got children. They got family members that they can fly out of the country whenever, however, they got money at their disposal. It's the Liberian people's money. It's not theirs, okay? While the rest of the country is just left just like that. Who does that? I'm so upset. Those reports have me very, very upset. And again, I'm very impressed with I hope the Liberty Party, the Unity Party, the Liberty Party, yes, excuse me. The Unity Party continues with the rate of prohibition. I hope you guys mustn't drop the ball and say this nomination should go through. We are keeping our eyes on you. You need the political willpower and the legal willpower to go through. I know there's some rumbling going on as to whether, things should happen or not, but Musa Dean and Willa Colley are bad news for Liberia.
I would say that for the past 18 years, we've been in war with two key threats: poverty and corruption. And what have we deployed as a nation? What have we deployed against these two threats? Our best and brightest human resources have never been deployed against these two threats. We are at war. Imagine, Stephen, we are at war, but our arsenal is empty. And the rebels, those individuals that have placed themselves in governments that will continue to rape our country and enforce the system of corruption and poverty, remains within the system. Why those individuals who are on the front line against corruption, against poverty, to push back are losing the war? People in Liberia, we are at war. We have a soft war that has been going on in the country for the past 18 years. A war against poverty and a war against corruption. And the good people have been losing. We have been losing the war. Our children are dying because we've been losing the war. Our hospitals are not equipped because we've been losing the war. Our governments are dysfunctional because we've been losing the war. What else can we bring to bear? How else can we reinvigorate, remotivate ourselves on the front line? What political will do we need? Our various branches of government have been crippled by these two threats: poverty and corruption. How is it that we haven't seen it yet in a country that those two threats is threatening the sovereignty of our country and the dignity of our people? Because we build one nice house and we have few cars, doesn't in any way say we are winning the war. We're losing the war more. Stephen, talk to me about how is it that people haven't seen this yet? Ghana has won at least Ghana is winning the war. We know Nigeria is trying to win the war right now against poverty and corruption. But somehow we haven't gotten the consciousness of this war that we continue to put ourselves deep in, where we are losing on the battlefield. And because of that, we are having casualties. Children are dying. Women are dying in hospitals. Look at the recent fire that happened recently. It happened because of poverty. Those people were poor enough to run to a fleeing a truck to get fuel to go and sell it so they can get money. If they had jobs, if they had something to do, they never would have gone over there. We are losing the war to poverty and corruption. We are not deploying all of the ammunition and arsenals things that we have in our arsenal in Liberia, and it continuously brings dishonor and lack of dignity to Liberia. Stephen, how can we win this war, Stephen? How?
I mean, Maswell, like my brother Bill Carson just wrote, there is no nice way to fight and win the war against poverty. Even from our incoming minister from the Chichipodi ministry, Fatima here says she would talk, we should open your mouth. From the Chichipodi, you laugh at what he said. Stevie, corruption, poverty. For me, I don't see poverty. Kofi Annan said this. 1 second. Kofi Annan said this best. He said, "Listen, poverty everywhere is a demise to all of us everywhere. Because it's there. I don't think poverty exists in Liberia. I think corruption is the creator of that poverty." Stevie, I'm gonna have you come in, man.
Yeah, Prince, that's a very, very important perspective to look at Liberia, especially through the prism of poverty and corruption. And when you look at those two key components that have permeated our society for the last 170 plus years, and then it begs the fundamental question as to what is missing. What is the missing link between us solving the issue of poverty and addressing the issue of corruption? I like to look at it from three angles, and it boils down from the global perspective to leadership. But when you drill deeper, it deals with the issue of having the political will, and a country, a nation with the audacity, and number three, the tenacity to want to change things. You see, for change to happen, I mean radical change, you need change agents. You need people who are patriots, not necessarily whether they have all of the technical and academic competence, but they must be patriots. One of the things the West teach people is the fact that they build patriots, they build responsible citizens. That is why when you talk to anybody across the Western world, one of the first things they hold dear to is the love for country. They believe that they come from the greatest country on the planet. If you talk to an American, he or she believes that their country is the greatest country on earth, and you cannot change that. They believe it. And because they do, the passion with which they serve the country, the commitment to the love for country, is overwhelming. How are we teaching our kids from the primary level to love the country? What professional ethics or ethical standards are we building in our schools? For example, our university, we don't teach moral ethics. In high school, we don't teach our kids. One of the most critical component of ethics is the family value, because the families are the nucleus of society. How are we building productive citizens from the home? What moral value are we teaching our kids at home? Because corrupt people are produced from homes. They don't just come up, they come up from homes. And how we deal with it, you see, but the good news is there are more good people, and David Park said it best. There are more good people in Liberia than bad people. Unfortunately, what has happened is that the good people have not been given the chance to lead their country. And I think we now have a perfect opportunity. Okay. And this opportunity begins with Joseph Boakai. And the reason I have so much faith and hope in him is because he represents a generation that I believe, and I know for a fact based on proved history, failed the country. And this is a chance for him to redeem that generation. This is a perfect opportunity for him to redeem that generation. Nelson Mandela was a perfect example of somebody who had come into history to redeem his generation. And Joseph Boakai is now on that pathway. And so the way he handled it has to do with, first, the team you build, the patriots you assemble, and the decision you take, which boils down to political will. We can get it right. If we fight corruption, we will address the issue of poverty, because we will be able to raise sufficient money. The fiscal loopholes in our country is killing us. You hear John Malu talk about 300 million. Imagine if you fight corruption, you will be able to create enough avenue that will address the issues, the social issues affecting our people, whether it's health, education, just their livelihood. So I think we have a good chance, and I'm happy that in 20-21 days we'll have a new leadership, and we can begin to all rally our expertise and our support around that leadership to move our country in the right direction. But I believe strongly that if we fight corruption, and if we fight it so from a patriotic standpoint, we will not only be dealing with this menace that has crippled our country for many years, but we'll also be able to effectively address the issue of poverty, and by extension, all of the social components surrounding the livelihood of our people. So, Prince, that's a very good topic to ponder on. It will be something, it will be a good graduate thesis. If somebody or in graduate.
Thank you, Chief. I don't want to interrupt you, but I have
I'm putting it out there for a graduate student to look at it.
Fatima, we're coming to you.
Yes.
Prince said something. Prince said, we are at war. We are losing this war. What my brother Prince don't understand, Liberian people don't even know they are at war.
No, they don't.
We're definitely going to lose the war. I'm going to have you speak on whatever you have to speak on, but I want you to tie that in.
So I was just thinking, when I met Joseph Boakai, before I started supporting him, I asked him a question. I said, why Liberia? Why now? And how can you do that? And his second question was, how would you manage this? Joseph Boakai said something to me. He said, you know what made me to serve Liberia the way I served her? I said, no. He said, I've always managed to differentiate what was for the Liberian people and the Liberian government and what was mine. So if you go with that mindset, he said, people say, oh, I'm poor, I don't have money, I don't have this. No, I'm working for my country. And if you are a follower and someone who believes in the doctrines of Joseph Boakai, you will be thinking about service to country. Service to country. Stephen, my good friend Maxwell, Happy New Year. Yeah, let us start trouble.
You are about to turn a whole this whole almost 50,000 people upside down.
No, I can't tell them. They ask about my master place. Let me say, Master said we're fighting a war and we're losing the war. I don't think so, Maxwell. What I think is that we have bad governance. We have people who are so afraid of returning to poverty that they are greed within themselves. They deprive our Liberian people of the resources that they need, that they deserved. They let our people down because they have money. According to my nephew Dwalu, Opa say, I'm not saying they are 80 million, but they have some million. And in the end, there was absolutely nothing to show for it. So they have fear of ever returning to that level. You know, like man said, know your level. So returning to that level made them to take away from our people and implant it, like blow and bite. When they take away from our people and then they go and give them a bag of rice, then they make them feel like, oh, they may get love for the country. That's the first thing, some people will actually say, well, that jail lay there now. That jail lake. I mean, why they was suffering in abject poverty. Some people went to the rallies and they will come back and be hungry. And I said, why did you go there? They said, because, that jail lay, they may love the country. Like the mindset he gave our people made them to feel inferior that without him, there was no them until we came back to re-educate them. Liberia needs a lot of re-education. What people need to understand to put themselves first. We need to overhaul all the system. I am here voting for my nephew Opa to become city mayor of Monrovia, so they can know what it means for a real city mayor to run more. And a new campaign are going on well. No, do I look for Monrovia city mayor? Let us see what it means to run a city in Monserrado County. Mm-hmm.
That's a great thing. Let me continue.
Yes.
He had to this. Prince yesterday, but I won't say this to you. My brother Stephen Johnson talked about patriotism. I believe, you can groom patriotism from the start. I get all that portion. But I used to have a colonel. You see, guys, no American soldier, no U.S. Marine is patriotic until he's forced to do his patriotic duty. The concept of patriotism must be forced upon the people because they must understand in the absence of patriotism, they cannot exist. So you must force it upon them through regulatory oversight and justice and enforcement of the law. How do you contrast that by saying people are supposed to be patriotic, but by the same token, they don't understand that patriotism means they're not just protecting themselves, but all of posterity. Because we will die, Dr. Francine.
Yes, I agree with you in terms of the concept of patriotism has to be internalized. I believe that's kind of what you're saying. We can't just continue to speak about it and not internalize it. And also look at it from a systemic point of view. How does my lack of patriotism affect others, okay? Or affect the development of our country, or affect the people in the diaspora? Because I think, especially for our country, the foundation of our country is disjointed to me. And getting up and saying, I pledge allegiance, which we've been saying it every day, in our country, I pledge allegiance to the Republic of Liberia, for which it stand, just like how the children do the United States of America, which it stand. It doesn't mean anything, Dwalu, until you are called to perform your duty of the country. I believe that the mindset, our mindset, it goes back, has to be changed. And the person who can do that is there are the leaders of our country can do that. Perhaps maybe moving into JNB. We will need a leader that can communicate very well with Liberian people. Every one thing you got to talk in. That's transparency right there. Okay. Just like I think somebody was suggesting, even the transitional team, starting from now, they should have a communication person. Then we have to have somebody who has empathy for the people. Not a fake empathy, let's say, oh, my country is our heart. Because you have to exemplify patriotism. When a leader tells the Liberian people, though these people are corrupt, they don't love your country, they're taking away money from your country, and you are becoming vulnerable, then the Liberian people will see, they will know, they will understand, they'll begin to internalize it. That person got to be a leader that is decisive. The reason why I'm praising this Unity Party approach, to the prohibition, the rate of prohibition, that's a decisive move. Okay, you guys are not wasting time. You members of the Unity Party that took this issue to court, you are not wasting time, and that's what our leaders have to do in order for development to occur in our country. You have to be decisive. You have to also, again, in addition, empathy is an emotional thing. It's like people have to see you show it. Interest is more on the line to me of showing development of the country, showing the beauty of the country, seeing what we can do if we didn't engage in corruption. So I think it's the mindset, and that mindset has to be changed, and that change has to be led by the leaders of our country.
Hey, Dr. Francis, I'm going to go to Maxwell. Look, I agree with the issue of empathy, but let me say this. The reason why there are boot camps, people have to be reoriented to behaving certain. Nobody runs out of bullet until he's trained to run towards the direction of a bullet. In Liberia, and please, you can address it more. I want the issue of the war being fought in Liberia. I don't believe our people understand that we're fighting a war, even though the war is killing us. But I want you to speak to the issue of patriotism. I believe it does not exist in any country, even here enforcement. That's me.
There's so many ways, Dwalu. Deterrence has the tendency of instilling patriotism and understanding in our cognitive behavior or our psychological behavior. So I do agree with you. The law has to be the law, and we have to look at the law from its interpretive standpoint, meaning, as one of our commenters said, if someone is corrupt, there should be a prosecutory process in prison. If that person is prosecuted and found guilty, they should go to jail for that. That is deterrence. Deterrence will stimulate the population to become, or at least to learn to become patriotic and law-abiding. Now, mindset. Losing the war against corruption and poverty. Dwalu, the facts are there, and Stephen said it right. The facts are there. Everywhere you turn in Liberia, you see the facts. The way we build communities in Liberia, I will always say, is wrong. The way we deploy our resources. In fact, even in resource mobilization and resource deployment in Liberia, is wrongly done. We saw that being discussed by John Malou. The way we deploy resources is wrong. The way we mobilize resources is wrong. So as a result of that, we are not winning the war. Now, Dwalu, I do agree with you. Most of our people do not even know we have a war in the country, because they have not been educated and desensitized to the war. It's like you have a bunch of criminal gang in the country, and they have traumatized that population over many, many years. Over time, that traumatic event becomes a reality to those people. They just live through it. They don't care anymore. And that's what corruption and poverty is gradually becoming. Over time, poverty has become a fixed staple in Liberia. But the new wave of thing that I have been discovering is that corruption now is being glamorized in the country. Corruption has become, it produces the house that you never had before. It produces something for you. Now I come back to the argument we're making consistently on this network, Dwalu, that we need productive people in society. Because you become corrupt and you use corrupt proceeds to build a house and buy a new car does not make you productive.
Thank you.
It does not make you productive.
It makes you
Stephen, our generation, we are soaked. We are drowning. And I worry about the next generation ahead of us because there is no space for them. And I do agree with you, Steve, when you say Ambassador Boyka is now the first pillow that we now have to open that door where we can see into the future and preempt how to deploy our resources, mobilize our human capital to attack corruption and poverty and win the war.
Thank you. Thank you. Stevie, before I go home and wear food, because I go in on my last comment here. Listen, that time now.
Because I see Nelson sleeping already.
Yeah, but listen now, Stevie.
I'm not sleeping. I'm just keeping my eyes down.
Yeah, you keep it down. Yeah.
Taking your power nap.
Stevie, I'm beginning to get well meal. I won't pick your basketball feeling. But Stevie, let me say this to you now. Answer this question when you tie into whatever you're saying. This is my closing. Why should anybody who is very corrupt in Liberia, who's open with their corruption, who are direct beneficiary to all the accolades that corruption bring in Liberia, decides to change? Why should he change when nothing is happening to him? And I will say that to the audience, man. It was a pleasure. My sister Fatima, love you as always. Other friends, seeing everybody, man. Stevie, watch watching. Why enjoy myself? Jolly.
Because you set the mayor soon, and you will never do that kind of
The
thing.
institution are not there to go after you. You know, and I think the way we deal with corruption is, and we said here yesterday when we talk about fighting corruption from both ends, how do we prevent money from getting in the hands of people? And that's one of the things we're talking here with John. Is how do you divulge officials from getting involved in procurement? How do you make government more transparent by moving to a digital economy? How do you keep less money in the hands of the population so that you can be able to monitor and trace footprints, digital footprints? As you move in America, look, man by nature is corrupt. That's why they say every human being has a price. It's all about the situation and the time and the price. But to avoid that in this country, what they do, they limit your interaction with physical cash. Imagine your bus driver, people paying you cash on that bus, you come home, your children are crying for food to eat, and you get 30,000 in your hand. I mean, you say you don't have it. I'll take $20 for them money, I'll buy food tomorrow morning, I'll put it back. But to avoid that, what to do? They put the machine in the bus. You just come, you pay to a different station, you get your card, you enter the bus, you just swap it in the machine, you move on, right? The same thing with the train. You take your card, you put it to the machine, you enter the train. No interaction. So we need to build that kind of.
Actually, also, I think when people do these things, they shouldn't get away with it with impunity.
Yeah, but if
these people
gotta go after people who violate,
I think we should actively pursue these people. I think we should make sure we deal with them according to the law. Make sure they never ever get in a big scatter letter that corrupt me or they're coming. I do the disability campaign.
If we really building strong institutions, you get it right.
When we start holding the people accountable for the government get drafted, you just call him rural TV. Yeah, I want to see that. But if we publicly, we embarrass them, we make sure they never look at what they can do. Dr. Francis, they come to America, they steal here. They go to Labrador, made them baby lawmaker.
Yeah,
Dr. Francis. And I was saying embracing corruption.
Yeah,
how you take rural TV from one nation? Bring a TV to your own country and make king.
Yeah, true.
So we're embracing these things. I think when someone has a scatter letter from another country, my people, I know that Liberian, their home is their home. Let them go do farming. We're getting grants. Let them go farm and give us enough food. Liberia used to be a country that used to feed itself and help its neighbors back in the days. So let them go to farming. The monarch near our government.
Yeah.
Because one bad apple will rub against the rest in the bag and damage it. We need to hold them accountable. we need. I am in full support of auditing with Dr. Francine. Let's see what the people really left in the bank when they came there, when they met there, when they're going back, when they're leaving there. Let's hold them accountable, SJ. Gone are the days where we say, oh, that one man they left cover. Because how can a man be leaving office and say the only thing I want you to do, you want to audit us? Have you ever heard that
go
before?
after the individual, go after the how the hell you gonna say
that? Say that kind of thing. We in this style of thing, and let me tell you, we want to go see Donald Pin Jr. And he said to me, Fatima, if you're serious, he's going to Liberia for the inauguration. He said, we want to go back home. Most of our people went to Ghana. It's too hot. We want to go to Liberia. He said the 100-year centennial program was not impressive. So they want to go back home to Liberia. And they're going to see what this president will speak into existence and what he will do. And based on what he does, by going after these corrupt officials, most of them will turn Liberia into the city that it needs to be. So my people, let's sit down, let's put our hands together and support this president. Let him step out the way he's told us he's stepping, and let's order these people. And all of us, anybody that coming in a camera, they will know accountability.
Yeah, and I think Fatima, Stephen, you guys are raising really good points. It's going to take leaders like many Liberians and the leader of our country, to help Liberians change their mindset, to really change their mindset. Like Maya Angelou said, you do better if you know better. Liberians, I believe, sometimes I think we are caught into this Stockholm syndrome, where when I hear someone like Maxwell say, like, we are at war with power and we don't know it. And that's classic to me, like a Stockholm syndrome where we have fallen in love with these bad characters, these bad things in our society. We fall in love with being corrupt, and not knowing it at all. Just like a person who's been kept captive for a long time, being terrorized, fall in love with the abuser. So that's kind of what I think. Until we get leaders that will stand up, speak up, be transparent, talk about these things like we are, have a radio station like they're exposing these people. Like Fatima says, she's going to be my one church pull it on them. That's the only way change. That's the only way change will come. So that's why I say, better, you do better. Better, you do better. All right, guys.
All right, it's been a great show. Thank you, Nelson.
Yes.
Nelson,
the poor line when you say you sleep
you stay on vacation. The vacation agree with you. Let me tell you, ask you, say.
All right, guys, I'll see y'all.
Thank you very much, sir. All right. Mr. Johnson.
Nelson, everybody gossiping about you are telling them aloud.
Yeah, I tell the people I'm not sleeping.
I said, let's think he meditated a lot. I'm only causing you. I meditate a lot.
But seriously, do I sound like I was sleeping?
No, you sound like you're sleeping, sir. You are meditating. We're meditating on the TF. The team coming bring to Liberia, small thing. All I used to be talking, say, the next thing but that CDC bro. I said, wait, now let's see. I see you question, you just talking about, say, Mom Fatou, gotta be objective. I said, objective where? I said, Mom, you can be objective here. He said, no, Fatou. But they said, tell me the truth, you see this shit? He said, Fatou, I'm a journalist. I'm not no see this shit. But anyway, happy New Year now.
Thank you so much. And I'm glad that you're up again.
Yeah. I was so sick, I couldn't believe it, sir. I was sick with me. They put you out to take me out. I beg you, yeah. You're not happening, sir. Yeah. I bounced back, but I stay on the vacation, I just arrived in Florida last night.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Wow.
I went skiing, I went skiing.
Wow.
Where's the skiing place, babe?
What is skiing?
Yeah, we went skiing in the mountains.
Oh, wow.
And now we're in, where did we go for New Year's Eve? Daytona Beach, Florida. That's where I spent the New Year's. Went to this huge party to Daytona Beach. And then we're here just recovering. I'll be back in Jersey, God willing, in the next couple of days.
Wow.
And Nelson, I'm going to see you next week, right? You know me.
Oh, okay. Yeah. And I'm looking forward to that. A safe trip. safe travels, and wishing you a good vacation as well.
Yeah, but I just wanted to give a shout out though to our chairman. His name is Mr. Eric Kaiser. Today is his birthday. Happy birthday, Mr. Kaiser. Many, many more years to you. To my I also wanted to give a shout out to my how to call her, my bestie Laura. One more person, my attorney Jada Mason. You know, whenever I get in trouble, I just holler at her like, come handle this for me. But Jada, and to all the Liberians, yo, thank you. We did this. We fought for this. Becca Mulba, to all of you, shout out to you. Y'all know why I give you all this shout out, because my cousin Nelson is on the show. If CEO will be like, I to pay for airtime, all the way I contribute to you. Pay for airtime, but I love all of y'all. I thank you to my beautiful daughter Miriam Bernice. Shout out to you and all my mothers, Jamila, Batu, Tira, Dolphin, all of you, to all of you, and my lover Ricky.
Okay. You see, he's watching. No, I think he's in Bible study now. So
he's studying the Bible. We pass some oil. We still seeing up. So all my Liberian people
right now.
I'm working my cousin Nelson. All the while you see me staying now with you. My cousin was never sleeping. You're snapping. He was never sleeping.
That man, Bill Carson. What did Bill Carson on my back?
So say I call her Leo. He said me and he was long time friend. But to my attorney, because I checked, right now she already not book my ticket. She already not do all my things. She already not get me all the trouble. So you know. So I just wanted to say shout out to all of you. Sam G, all of you. Happy holiday, happy New Year. My girlfriend, Alaba, I say happy New Year to all of you. From my cousin and myself, we say happy New Year. I can't wait. Next week I'll be in LIB. I'll be shouting you out from the studio in LIB. That's how we be rolling. Yeah. So when I be broke, you might know I spending all the money on Liberia. The day I can't run put it, I can't tell me when you get a new song, I will deal with all of you. But I love you, man. Thanks, Liberia. Eugene Williams, shout out to you. Happy New Year. Mercy. Happy New Year. I know everybody talking say God. Listen, God now made us win 18 and we need to put in the work. Prayers without work is nothing, my people. Let's put in the work. That's it. Right? No?
Yeah.
Prayer without work is nothing. God got his part. God did his team. But shout out to our chairman for the Unity Party, USA, Delaware, Philadelphia, Mr. Eric G. Kaiser. Happy birthday to you, baby boy. Happy birthday. All right, Jada Macy Osabo. Jada Macy. Happy New Year, my love. Tita Brown, happy New Year. All of you. So all my people, you're happy New Year. So now, you want your get to dance or you want me to spend a couple of more minutes with you? Which one? So I'm out. Whatever you say.
I think we'll come in rapid. Let me talk out Liberian. We'll come in rapid so we can get set for the late night show. It's coming up.
Okay. Yeah, see about Shani got the bug. I small Shani. You're coming last time, my brother. Bill, happy New Year, Bill.
Don't mind Bill.
See my brother sleeping. I'm a cousin, yo. I can't take it lightly when somebody says something. Marian, happy New Year. Emmanuel, happy New Year to all of you. Gina, happy New Year. Gina Davis. I'm making your mom for two. If I post, I'm going to say, happy New Year, family. No bike away. Well, I'm okay. My kayak passy. My boy passy kayak passy. Happy New Year. To my boy, my brother, let me tell you, and you Wayne Kama, he does not like to be seen or heard. But when I'm going to the airport, I'm a chauffeur. He will kill me. I go to the airport every time I'm going to that brother, my boy Wayne can take me to the airport. Happy New Year to Wayne. I love him bad, Wayne. I love him. He got a whole group of men. I just be like, oh, we let your cousin Fatu. Wayne, I love you, baby. Happy New Year. But my boss said we gotta wrap it up. Bill, I say, you know how I feel about you, boo. All of y'all. My cousin Siaka Noah, Happy New Year. All the spoon people, all of you, not some of all.
The New Year spread across. Everybody, Happy New Year.
Yeah, everybody, Happy New Year. All of you. Now, not some more, y'all. Where my whole, one person said, I sing my song. Where my whole heart, J&B. Me, I love him with my whole heart. Joseph, you my boy, God.
Imagine that.
Me, I love you with my. I love you, Baga. Bowie. You like it? You want me set? But I love you, man. I was just hanging out with my Lagos. I'm a Lagos. I'm an asking Nelson, I be bought for me. You know me, I'm 50-year-old. You know what I mean? So my brother-in-law Alvin, the pastor, the man of God. Yeah, I just say shout out to my brother-in-law and his beautiful wife. My best friend Laura, all the way in Ohio. Shout out to all of you, my sister. Shada Messi Osabo, shout out to you. My sister Mahawa in Liberia. I got two Mahawa, my mom and my pa. They got two daughters called Hawa. One for my master, one for my pastor. I never saw it before. I had my party. But I got two Hawas. Hawa Biju in Liberia, my Hawa the Haja in America. What will you Happy New Year? My uncle Hassan Kiewu. I want you what he said. All of them I say Happy New Year. So that all the spoon people, Happy New Year to you. You made me happy. My late cousin Nelson gave me free airtime. If I see you, you will say Fatih, you pay. I see you.
Okay.
Bye-bye.
Have a good night.
Love you.
Yeah.
Good night. Bye.
Okay then. Okay. Well, folks, that's how I would like to draw down the curtains on this edition of the program, Spoon Talk. We'll be back on your radio tomorrow with another edition of the program. Thanks to all of you who have been following via the different social media platforms. We're always live on Facebook. You can check out Spoon TV, Fabric TV, and Super TV. We are live on Facebook. For YouTube, we are there at Spoon Talk Live. So our handle on YouTube is Spoon Talk Live. All right. So thanks to all of you who have been following via the YouTube channel. And yes, to those of you following using your radio, you buy your batteries, you charge your radio across the country just to listen to Spoon Talk. We want to say thank you to all of you. Spoon FM 107.5, Fabric 101.1, and Super 95.5. That's just across the Spoon network. And there are a series of radio stations across the country. Those stations, Gibi FM in Kakatama, Gibi County, Premier FM in Bon County, Trust FM in Bomi County, and a host of other radio stations across the country that are always relaying this program. I want to say thanks to you, and the invitation is yours to join us tomorrow for another edition of the program, Spoon Talk. Until then, have a good night. I'm Nelson Collier. Coming up shortly, that's in about 25 minutes from now, will be the program, The Late Night Show. The Late Night Politics on Spoon is up next. Until then, have a good night, and bye-bye for now. Liberia is all we have, so let's remember to always keep the peace.